Come. I found over 1,700 times in the Word of God where this word is used, come, and that's not coming, the rest of the comes, but that's just come. Preaching my heart out for 45 minutes to an hour on that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me, come and drink, come and dine. Jesus said, come. And it goes on and 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 on. In its application. Come. What did Jesus say to his disciples? Come. There's no room for discussion, friend. Guess what? Come. Come. It commands obedience. Come. How many of you had the Holy Ghost come in you? He was crucified for you. He died for you. He did everything for you. It's time for you to... Oh! On that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me. Come and drink. Come and dine. Jesus said, come. And it goes on and 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 on.
Come on and take a walk with me through this green and growing land. Walk through the meadows and the mountains and the sand. Walk through the valleys and the rivers and the plains. Walk through the sun and walk through the rain. Here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. All her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all. From Colorado, Kansas, and the Carolinas too, Virginia and Alaska, from the old to the new, Texas and Ohio and the California shore. Tell me who could ask for more? Here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. All her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all. Yet she's only as rich as the poorest of the poor, only as free as a padlocked prison door, only as strong as our love for this land, only as tall as we stand. For here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. All her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all. Come on and take a walk with me through this green and growing land. Walk through the meadows and the mountains and the sand. Walk through the valleys and the rivers and the plains. Walk through the sun and walk through the rain. Here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. All her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all, on us all.
Well, I'm going to start off with a song about a woman who is a heroine of mine. Her name at birth was Mary Harris, and she was born in Cork City. right there in Shandon, right in the centre of Cork. And she didn't stay too long because her parents emigrated to America. And she, in later life, became a union agitator, I think, more than an organiser. And her name became Mother Jones. And she organised or agitated on behalf of the coal miners, largely, of West Virginia and Colorado. And she was a great woman. She didn't live in Cork very long, but she certainly had a tongue which could only have been raised in Cork. It's called The Spirit of Mother Jones. Mother Jones is dead and gone, she could no longer stay. No one knew how old she was, but she was often heard to say how she was born in 1830 in the Swede County Cork. But she crossed the foaming billows till she landed in New York. Mother Jones, the miner's angel, must be treated with respect. She's an old-fashioned lady, and you never would suspect that this gown and this bonnet would fill a rich man full of dread. She's the most dangerous woman in America, they said. Her marching up the street with her umbrella in her hand. I can hear her still at Ludlow, where the miners made a stand. And she says, John T., will you kindly tell to me, how could you let your troopers lay them 13 children down in the horrors of West Virginia and in Colorado too? Mother Jones and her miners they never could subdue, and the men they stood on ground in their tents and tented by. And the women stood like a wall of steel, and nothing could batter down. Mother Jones, the miner's angel, must be treated with respect. She's an old-fashioned lady, and you never would suspect that this gown and this bonnet would fill a rich man full of dread. She's the most dangerous woman in America, they said. Now for the horrors of child labour, says she. And the march of the mill children took place in 1903 from Philadelphia to New York. And she says, I'm going to show Wall Street the flesh and blood they squeezed to make their dough. When she died in 1930, oh, the sadness was profound. And they laid her to rest in a Union burial ground. And she lies in Mount Olive, where the midnight wind it moans. Stand up for the Union, cries the spirit of Mother Jones. And the rich man and his police and his pulpit and his press got away with murder, then they'd get away with it yet. But we'll forge a mighty union, and we won't be overthrown, and we never will forget the spirit of Mother Jones.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims per month to meet our shareholders' expectations.
In 2025, so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something about it, and then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie.
Seniors are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
now they're looking at your posts, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
Hello, everybody. Hello. How we doing, folks? How we doing? It is No King's Eve. Welcome, everybody. How we all doing? This is such a jam. Sweet Myths, one of the best to ever do it. Hello, Elric111. Hello, Louise. Hello, Kaname the Alpha, on a different website with a different username. Hello, Nathan Nielsen. Hello. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Hello, John Bainbridge. Hello, Nethercat. Hello, Default X. Hello, Rob Adler. Hello, I almost said another hello to Default X. You're not getting two out of me. Hello, Story the Bard. Hello, Snuggle Kitten. You got an inflatable cat costume that's incredibly on brand. Hello, Uncle Gumbald. I got an inflatable frog costume. Hello. How we doing, Dio Tyros? Hello, Punk Monk. Hello, Kiwi Burb. Hello, Ruthie. Hello, Twin Tails 100. Hello, Dr. Sahiba. Hello, Lemony fucking Snicket. Hello, Dylan. Hello, Skunks are cute 666. Indeed they are. Hello, Faraxial. It's really criminal how cute skunks are. You know, that they don't want you to touch them, but they're so cute. Hello, Tea Leaf. Hello, Lisa T. Hello, Kaname-kun the Alpha. I'll say hello to you twice. You got... I just have a rhythm when I say your name. Hello, Betty Davis Eyes. Or Betty Davies Eyes, rather. Hello, Cyrex 1312. Question for Mom. Does the event last the majority of the day and not just 10 a.m. to 12 p.m.? It depends on which protest you're going to. Different protests in your area are going to be going different lengths of time. You know, like I'm not to give away my itinerary or anything, but I'll be more involved in the morning, and my partner will be more involved in the afternoon. We're taking shifts, as it were. And hello, Underground Uncle. Hello, Poopy Booger. Hello, One-Eyed Heathen. Hello, I'm a Cat. Hi. Hello, Molly Millions. Hello. How we doing, folks? How we doing, Liz Galahad? Hello, Depraved Ambiance. Hello, Erica. Hello, CMH006. Hello, Lady of the Meadow. Hello, Nathan.
Honestly nervous for No Kings, but also excited it'll be my first protest. Also was the clown car stream yesterday a new record for your stream time?
No, I there have been streams where I've gone, over 12 hours. I'm pretty sure I've also... For those of you who know my past, I did a lot of work with a charity called Extra Life. I was one of their in-house content creators for a long time. doing like game journalism for their main website. And yeah, so I did a number of 24-hour long streams in the past. Is kind of my contribution there. Hello, Carver E. Bain. Hello. Now I'm getting into some repeats. You guys are tricking me. Hello, Jolie Bonnet Art. Hello, Shakespeare. Hello, Hrundo. Hello, Good Faith Goblin. Oh, that's nice. I like Good Faith Goblins. Hello, Superjet Guy. Hello, Plant923. Congrats on the new studio. It's really nice. And, you know, believe it or not, there are actually more boxes in here than there were yesterday. You guys can't see them. They're there, and I have been working all day on like consolidating stuff into fewer boxes, but I haven't yet broken down the boxes that are there. There's a war on boxes right now. Box Mountain lives. Oh my god, it's like a box tundra. You know, we got box valleys. We got all the box biomes. Yeah, also, guys, you are getting dangerously close to Yakuza. We're gonna have a good time. But I do also have to fulfill the devil's bargain that I made with you guys yesterday. You know, we got some Rudyard content to get through. We got some What If Alt Hist content, because my man keeps going on like pretty prominent podcasts and talking about crazy shit. I didn't get a hi. Hello, YouTuber Grudge. I assure you guys, if you do not get a hi, it is not personal. Hello, Somniostatic. Hello, how we doing? Robin's Aviary. Hello, Penny Auntie. Hello, Donkey Man. Hello, Samantha's Trains. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, how we all doing? Hello, Bastion. Hello, Travis T. Yeah, it's No King's Eve, everyone. I figure, you know, we should all celebrate the eve before. You know, some people celebrate like Christmas Eve as opposed to Christmas Day. I think we should have a No King's Eve and a No King's Day. I think that makes sense to me. Because I know that there's like a lot of people who get really scared about going to protests, you know? Like especially in the current climate, there's like a non-zero element of danger, but kind of the trick of it is the more of us that turn up, the less dangerous it is, right? Like the more people from diverse walks of life that turn up to these protests, the better it's going to be, the more powerful we will be together, and I think that's wonderful. Hello, Bubba Rainbow. Hello, Damned Sputnik. Hello, how we doing, Jackie? Hello, Peacheek. Hello, Ashley. Hello, Lady Domina. I'm hoping someone dresses up as Chrono Trigger's frog, right? Wouldn't that be great? I'm also worried for No Kings, but only because Trump's talking about shooting missiles off in California. Yeah, like, I don't know. Like, I think at a certain point, we need to kind of, like, tune out whatever that chuckle nut is saying, because let's be real, 90% of what he's saying is just crazy old grandpa shit, and the other 10% is just insane gibberish that like doesn't really comport with reality, right? Like I saw prior to like me appearing on screen, like I saw there was someone in YouTube chat talking about how like Europe has fallen to the roving hordes, and it's just like what, and he knows that because he has a house in Italy, and it's just kind of like, these people are completely disconnected from reality, you know, like, and you know, they're disconnected from reality, but Donald Trump is like 100,000 times more so, you know. Dude genuinely thinks that like he's saving millions of lives around the world when like he's like killing random fishermen. Like the head of the Southern Military Command like resigned, and the most likely reason is because they keep just killing random fishermen off the coast of Venezuela. It's fucking nuts. And now we have a situation brewing where, for the first time after, like, I don't know, like 20 fishermen have been killed now. Like, 2 of them are alive and in custody, and I have to imagine that that presents a really big problem for this administration, you know?
I'll be in Michigan with the long hair and Helluva Boss shirt if anyone wants to say hi or meet up. Also happy that the government shutdown made it this far.
Hell yeah. Also, yeah, apparently SCOTUS is running out of money, which good. Fuck them. Like, they've been dicking all of us over. They shouldn't be getting paid. Let's see. Also, I saw someone. Hey, Scarlet A. Hi, I'm pretty new here, but you inspired me to finally join DSA. Fuck yeah, let's go! Seek to be one of the effective members of DSA. Because there's a certain contingent of DSA membership that is all about the virtue signaling. And, like, don't be like that. Like, get DSA to actually do things instead of, like, sitting on their hands in indecision.
Turns out there's no kings. Protest in Hawaii as a significant part of the population supports the return of the Hawaiian monarchy.
Honestly, they'd be based as hell. But also, I'm pretty sure there are no kings protests in Hawaii. I'm pretty sure I've seen them on the map. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're having a different variation of No King's Day. Headstream muted. I missed the hellos. Hello, Jobertus Maximus. This is going to be my first protest. That's what I love to see. Let's go. I'm not so sure very many people are going to show up in my area. I think we're going to be surprised. I think we're going to be really surprised at what happens tomorrow, because I think we're going to all find out we are not as alone and as isolated as this administration wants us to believe we are. In Hawaii, it's called No Dictators. Hell yeah. Did you see the video of the ice guy being arrested for drunk driving?
No
I
dictator
fucking did.
is the substitution, but it doesn't ring as hard.
You know, you say that now, but wait until you hear the shortened version of it. You know, no dicks. You know, I think that packs a punch. No dicks. Hawaii will not stand for dicks. They're expecting at least twice the number of people in our area. Hell yeah. Also, there are over 2,500 protest locations tomorrow, and I'm sure that is going to grow, you know, as we actually see the day come. And keep in mind, folks, last time, I believe the number that turned out was around, like, anywhere from 3 to 5 million people turned up to the first No Kings. We have a huge expansion going on right now in terms of the number of locations and in terms of mainstream adoption of No Kings. You know, it's pretty great. I'm gonna actually do a segment on No Kings here, but like I'm pretty pleased with where things are right now. Also, yeah, Scarlet A, consider joining our Discord and reaching out to Gamergy, because there is actually a group of DSA members from this community who chat, and she can loop you into that. So if you are in the DSA and you wanna just chat with other members of the community about DSA things, we got a place for you to do that. Let's go. Should be more than 600 here in my small town. That's crazy, YouTuber Grudge. Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of people turn out, because a lot of people hate this stupid motherfucker that's currently in charge of our country for some reason. There are no kings in Ireland. We killed them all. Hell yeah. Don't worry about a small protest. I'm in Ontario, Canada, and doing my own with 2 other people. You know, honestly, amazing. I love that. I love that. Do you count as a DSA member if you pay dues but haven't been to a meeting yet? I would say so, Benjamin Kessler. Also, like, you know, if you get looped into the chat, you can always find it easier to join
We'll be
up.
going to No Kings in Maine.
That's what I love to see. Story of the Bard, thank you for the $5 dono and also for turning up. Remember that Peter Thiel and the Dark Enlightenment actually do want a literal techno-authoritarian monarchy in America? It's true. You know, like these out-of-touch oligarchic assholes that have proliferated across the country. Just so many assholes opening right up for authoritarianism. They are funded by billionaires. You know, they are... You know, they are desperate to be the super special kings and queens of the land. And, you know, I'm here as an American to say that, you know, if they want to try and do that, there's something like the founding fathers said about the tree of liberty. I can't quite remember it. I don't know. Oof. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
No Kings in Brooklyn is very funny if you know counties.
God. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And folks, you guys ready? You taking grandma tomorrow? Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm going with various members of my family tomorrow. And we're trading off just responsibilities so that we can all go and participate. And it's, you know, it's actually pretty beautiful the way we're all coming together, you know? I'm taking my son. Hell yeah. One of your college professors is going. I'm making signs as I listen. Bubba Rainbow, that's what I love to see. Like, do you guys have any idea? I've been doing politics streaming for a few years now. You know, I started back in like, you know, 2019, like tail end of 2019. And I gotta say, I have never seen so many people so motivated to do something. And that's, I think, really important because one of the major things that activism in this country has faced as a hurdle is apathy. And we are tearing down the walls of apathy, my friends.
I'm trying to figure out my local situation as they shuffled it back 2 hours to when my plane is scheduled to come back from Hawaii.
Oh no, Sake Tanuki. I'm sure that protests will still be going on after you're back, but like that does make it a lot harder to figure out. Also, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Also, you guys are really close to Yakuza.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
What should I make signs with? What's the best option? I still have a sign I took home from the last one I procured. Honestly, I'm not a very arts and crafty type individual, but I'm sure we have some folks in the community who have some suggestions. I'm going tomorrow. I got myself a purple dinosaur costume. Hell yeah. Wear the armor of God, my friends. Oh God. And we're gonna talk about this in a bit more detail in a minute here, but can I just say this was one of the funniest things I've seen lately.
The administration made the mistake of talking about no kings. Also, they've done a great job of activating the opposition.
Oh, for sure, Nathan. Like, they are scared. Make no mistake, folks, this administration is scared. And you know, like sometimes I end a stream and I just like have to stare into the void for like an hour or two. Cause like sometimes in my heart I got some doubts. You know, I got worries. I'm a human being. And then I look at what average everyday people are doing every day to make this world a better place, to push back, to stand up, to be loud, to be bold. And, you know, I say to myself, you know what? I can be a silly little guy too. is outside the this is outside the Portland ice facility. Protest still ongoing.
To everyone going out for No Kings, be safe and hydrate. BWA.
And like, if these people can turn out and be silly little gooses outside of the Portland ice facility where people are getting like roughed up and people are getting like blasted in the face with pepper balls and such, you know, like, we can be silly little guys all over this damn land. All right? Like, that is our God-given right, is to be silly little guys, gals, and non-binary pals. All right? That is given unto us by God. It is like one of the only things given unto us by God. And you know, I'm not a very religious person, but I do believe in a fundamental right to be silly. And yeah, exactly. It is. And so it's just, it makes it a lot less scary to do your activism in a silly way. And it makes it a lot less, like, it makes it much harder to paint these protests as, you know, the violent horde at the gates, when like it's just a bunch of people being silly and demanding rights and demanding freedoms. What if I don't believe in a god? It's still a fundamental right for you to be silly. Natural selection has tried to beat silliness out of us for, you know, billions of years, and you know what? Silliness persists. Yeah, in the U.S. Constitution, you have the right to life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, and silliness. A lot of people forget that last one. How about, but how about silly billies? We don't talk about them. uh, they literally can't scare me more than my real life has. Exactly. I don't know. I just think it's fun, you know. In a world of cruelty, in a world of, you know, destruction and death and sadness and misery, being the silly little guy, it's a pretty powerful thing, really. Honk honk. All right, let's do the segment, shall we? We got a few things to talk about real quick. God, I don't know that I'll do a full story on this, but it does bear mentioning here.
Silliness is included in the pursuit of happiness.
It's true. One-eyed heathen, thank you for the $5 dono. And some of you are taking me very literally about God-given rights to silliness. It's just, I'm just using phrases, buds. What's my cosplay for tomorrow? Candy Demon with blue hair or Static Hatsune Miku? Ooh. I like that idea. Hey, Bisbee. All right. They want to look like jackasses carrying off a disabled old woman. I got 3 years of acting classes to play it up. Hell yeah. That's what I want to see. You know, if they're carrying you off, play it up like you are a World Cup soccer player. That's a reference for all of the football fans out there. Let's see. No, God actually appeared to me in physical form to hand me a silly pass. Oh God. Okay. I don't really want to do a whole thing about this, but worth talking about and worth mentioning in case we need to talk about it further in the future, and I'm sure we will. But Responsible Statecraft back at it again by revealing that Israel has a $3.2 million program to try and pay American pastors to shill for Israel. So that's why? Because essentially Israel, the Israel like propaganda wing is recognizing that pastors have a lot of content creator potential and power, and so they are offering stipends for pastors to make content, which isn't actually that surprising when you understand that the vast majority of pastors in the United States aren't making a great deal of money. Like, obviously, you have like the megachurch pastors and whatnot, but some of them are relatively small beans, and they are absolutely going to bite at a relatively low amount of money. You know?
Ah, yes, my favorite sport, football. Also, my cousin is one of those pastors.
Oh no! That is something very, very different. Your cousin is one of the pastors? Wait, Nathan, do you have an inside track on someone who actually took money from Israel as a pastor to like shill for their foreign policy? That's crazy. Did you hear Pope Leo disbanded Opus Dei? Did he actually go through with it? I saw an initial report that he was, he was planning on it. What about Blitzball? The game of champions and kings. It's in process? That's really fucking cool. He was going on a trip to Israel? Interesting. Fucking wild when I'm juggling batons, my friend is dancing with long rainbow fans, and suddenly we are the ones between the person threatening violence against us. We push the love, we push the care, we push whimsical in heated moments. These actions are important. It's why the frogs work. We break people down with our unconditional joy. 100%. Check out Saddleback Church. Okay, I can do that. Boop. All right. We need a girl pope or non-binary pope just to shake things up. I agree. It's time. It's her time. That's right. Hillary Clinton is running to be the next pope. All right. Matthew H., thank you for the $5 dono. Let's see here. We need Antifa Pope. I mean, we're getting a pretty, as far as popes go, like a pretty decent pope. Honestly, the fact that he's basically telling the Trump administration to fuck off is honestly great. Okay, here we go. Pluvius, thank you for the 3-1 subs.
To finish the goal,
You did
I've got
it.
3 questions. 1. What fell bargain are we fulfilling? 2. Does it involve Rudyard? 3. Have I missed it?
1. The fell bargain is covering a very specific segment.
My cousin is
from
a
What If All
pastor who
Hissed.
wrote a book on Charlie Kirk which got banned off Amazon, and he also made some Facebook posts about being
What?
invited along with 1,000 other pastors on an Israel tour.
What the fuck? Was this book written posthumously? Like, did he just churn one out in like a week? Damn. Okay. Huh. That is fascinating. Pluvius, so the goal that we did, there's a podcast called Dad Saves America, and they interviewed Rudyard for some reason. And right off the bat, he's weird as hell. Talks about dating in it. And number 3, you have not missed it. You have not missed it. We are actually just getting started. All right. It's called... He wrote it since Charlie Kirk has died? That's crazy. What the hell? All right. Okay. What'd you miss? You haven't missed anything. We're just getting started. All right. Let's fucking go. First of all, just to get people caught up to speed to what the goal you guys just surpassed is, of course, it is the stage play of the video game series Yakuza got adapted for the stage, and it's genuinely an all-time banger of a performance, and we will now watch it on stream, not right now, but after I fulfill the first part of the promise, which is Rudyard content.
風間てめえは桐生ちゃんやないかい堂島の兄の次は風間か何考えとんじゃ違うんだ親父ちょっと待って
How long is it? It's 2 hours.
こいつは俺にやらせてくれないか俺はずーっとこのあんちゃんと勝負したかったんや始まっとけ兄の敵はわしの役目じゃそんな関係あるかボケてめえ誰に向かって口利きとんじゃこの親父俺の組の組長に向かって口利いとるんじゃなんか文句あるか
It's perfect.
うるさいハゲハゲ
It's
桐
perfect.
ちゃんったら俺が親父殺したるからなマジまおとなしい往生せえやマジまやめろおらカズマおいおいおいあっけなさすぎるで桐生ちゃんよかったぜロッカーから男の晒し手に入れといて逃げろ弓よ100億行け早く待てよこら
I love this series so much. What game should you start on? You should start on Yakuza 0. It's very good. Very intense, great stage theater, right? Isn't it fun? Is this bootleg Godfather? Nah, it's what it's an in-depth look at the life of Yakuza in a given neighborhood, and it's about a perfect man named Kiryu, and I love it. He's one of the best male characters in all of video games, and that's saying a lot. It's saying, yeah, dude literally like says trans rights staring directly into the camera. Dude's great. Can I get a link to this clip so I can bait my wife into watching the VOD with me later? Yeah. Here you go. I started with Yakuza 6, The Song of Life. It was really good. They're all really good, really. Okay, folks, let's get started, because I do want to talk about No Kings, but we do have one story we need to talk about before we talk about No Kings, okay? We gotta do the things. Here we go. There we go. All right. Segi 1. So, folks, we have to talk quickly about call to action for you guys. And I know it's No King's Eve. I know it's super, super important to talk about No Kings. We're going to do that. But before we do, we have to talk about what's happening in Illinois with the state troopers that have been deployed in order to protect protesters, right? Which is that, protest zones have been, created for protesters to protest safely, allegedly. But, yeah. Well, here is Kat Abu-Ghazaleh on the scene earlier today.
My name is Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. It is Friday, October 17th, and I am once again outside the Broadview Processing Center, where ICE headquarters its operations in the Chicago area. You might remember that 2 weeks ago we held a press conference here demanding transparency, accountability, and safety. That last demand is for a fence that ICE unlawfully erected to be torn down. And the good news is that third demand has been met. The fence is down. The bad news is that our First Amendment rights are still at stake. They are still being infringed upon. As you can see, I am in the protest area, which is what we call the pre-free speech zone, because we are not actually allowed on this property until 9 a.m. And even then, we will probably be corralled into what has been called the free speech zone, which its existence implies that everywhere else is a non-free speech zone. I hope you'll join me today at 1930 Beach Street at the Broadview Processing Center to protest ICE's crimes against humanity and show that our First Amendment rights are sacrosanct. It is not our responsibility to accommodate ICE's crimes. It is ICE's responsibility to uphold and respect our First Amendment rights.
And by the way, she's running for Congress. Great candidate. Everyone should vote for her. But she has an update just a handful of hours later. Cops led us into the street as the new protest zone and then beat us repeatedly. Got hit in the face with a baton, leaving to pick up my friends who are arrested. Stay safe out there. You can literally see the mark on her face where she was beaten. Because what is happening is that the state troopers are, well, they're doing this.
Back.
I'm back. I am back. Don't touch me. Thank you, fascists.
So, yeah, as you can see, it's taken a turn.
Unfortunately, the protests will be long over after my 12-hour flight back. I'm looking into what other options for return flights exist.
Well, Sake Tanuki, I do hope you can link up with a local protest tomorrow. If not, I am sure that there are going to be future No Kings protests, but let's hope that you can get linked up. That being said here, obviously the initial question is, why are the cops helping ICE? Why are they doing that? Why is JB Pritzker not, doing something about this? And the answer is, well, we don't really know. Like, the real answer is, if we want to see action from JB Pritzker, if we want to see explanations for what is happening, then you gotta call. You gotta call. And there are actually a number of different offices that you can call. And if you are in Illinois, especially, your calls are going to matter the most. But basically, here are all of JB Pritzker's office numbers. I encourage you all to call them. I'm actually gonna try and space those out a little bit better. Nope, that did not work. Damn. All right, we're just gonna go with that. There you go. So yeah, basically, folks, call those office numbers, leave messages, let them know that, like, this is unacceptable. It is unacceptable to see, in response to peaceful protesters, the state troopers being unleashed to beat them. That doesn't make sense. It is a grave abuse of power, and frankly, seeing these people, these police officers just snatching people up. Here they are later in the day. Just like pulling protesters out of the crowd. Like, it's disgusting. It's disgusting. You gotta add spaces to those numbers? I did. I tried. Here, there we go. Boop. Here, I'll add more spaces between the numbers. How about that? There you go. That didn't work either. YouTube does not like me trying to do that. How about I just copy them one at a time? Boop. And these are all the offices of JB Pritzker. I encourage you all, call, leave a message, let him know, let his office know that this is completely unacceptable behavior, as ICE is snatching people off the streets to have the state troopers doing the same. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we would all like to know what is going on with these troopers at the moment. It's truly disgusting. And I don't really have much more to say about this because I don't really know what's going on here, but I do want to say that we should make our displeasure known. Call, be respectful. You can be angry, but be respectful and let them know, like, the world is watching. We are paying attention, and like, this is not okay, especially not on the eve of one of like the biggest protests in modern US history. Okay? Be careful today, chat. Absolutely. He said he was against overreach, though. It's like JB Pritzker says a lot of the right things. I am kind of waiting to see him actually act. I want to see him start prosecuting ICE officers. That's what I would like to see him do. I want to see him tell state troopers to stand down, and I want to see him start prosecuting ICE officers. Like, that is what I want to see happen before I start giving him his accolades. Right? So, folks, call those numbers, call JB Pritzker's offices, and let him know in the politest and most respectful tones possible, what the fuck, bro? You can obviously elaborate a little bit more than that, but generally, that's the kind of the sentiment that should be expressed. Yeah, don't shout at staffers. They're just doing their best with what they got. That being said, I figured this was important enough to bring up, and we'll move on. Oof. He can talk a big game, but with no action, he's a liar and a traitor. Let's see where he really puts his values. Yeah, I mean, I imagine he has to move slowly, being governor, but like, damn, it's weak as hell. We don't have many people who are walking the walk right now in terms of leadership. God. Yeah, a literal congressional candidate got beaten in the side of the face. What the fuck, man? I did hear that DHS, ICE, FBI, and DOJ were all doxxed by a hacker group, and it's pretty funny. All right. Let's talk No Kings, folks. Let's do it. You all ready? I want to I want to do this quick before we get to some what if alt hist. Okay?
I wish Pritzker would use some of those classic Chicago mobster accents and go. Are you fucking with me? Come on, let's go.
Yeah, I want to see him get his dander up to Donald Trump. Okay. Here we go. Ugh, my hair. My hair's a mess today. All right. Everyone asking me if I've seen the video of the ICE agent arrested for a DUI. Yeah, I have seen that. All right.
Hey little New York Don, I'll show you how we make pizza casserole upside down.
Pizza casserole. All right. Get his dander up. Look, I read a lot of old books growing up. All right, I was really precocious. Let's see. All right, let's do this. Fuck it, we ball. Oh god, I just swallowed spit. My bad. Fuck it, we don't ball. All right. There we go. Attempt number 2. So, folks, we got to talk about No King's Day because it's happening tomorrow, or by the time you see this on YouTube as not a live stream today. And you know, it's really important. I've done a few videos about why it is important to have hope, and I think going into a protest, it's really important to hold on to that hope, right? And one of the things that I've been taking a lot of hope from in the lead up to this protest day is the fact that Donald Trump and his entire administration, from his cabinet down to every Republican working in Congress, they are worried about what is going to happen. They are worried that enough people are going to come out and make their displeasure known at what they are doing to this country. He was asked about this in an interview with Maria Bartiromo, and I just want to play this clip.
Do you think that the government shutdown is all about this rally that's happening this weekend, the No Kings rally?
No, I mean, some people say they want to delay it for a king. This is not a king. They're referring to me as a king. I'm not a king.
Right. No, but just do you think that the government shutdown?
Like, I don't know.
King's rally.
I just want to point out, like, this dude looking terrible. They had to put like the golden filter over it to make him look like he's got some life in his skin. Number 2, this is the expression of someone who's like, worried. I'm not worried. A king. I'm not a king. Ha ha ha. Like, this is not convincing in the slightest. And like, this man aspires to hold authoritarian power. It's why he writes love letters to dictators the world over. It's why they are essentially something he aspires to be. He's best friends with Viktor Orban. He loves getting, small praises from Vladimir Putin. He is someone who is putty in the hands of world authoritarians, and it's obvious. It's obvious. It's insulting. Like, the very idea that this man, who's attempting to violate the Constitution on a daily basis, earlier today, he ordered a bombing of civilians in off the coast of Venezuela for no reason. For no reason. He's killed like 20 people. The head of his Southern Military Command resigned because they're just killing fishermen.
Trump literally goldified the Oval Office, very King Midas coded.
I mean, yeah, dude's obsessed with gold, for sure. And like we have so many problems going on right now, directly attributable to the fact that this man is seeking to consolidate power in this country. He is out there going like, oh, well, I have the power to of the purse. Sure, Congress may have allocated funds, but like, yeah, as president, I don't have to spend those funds, or I can just move those funds around. The way he's trying to say he's going to pay for members of our military during this government shutdown is by illegally taking money from one part of the military and putting it into the other. And you can't do that when you're president. That is congressional power. He is wielding congressional power illegally on almost a daily basis. He is conducting mass guttings of the government illegally, firing so many people. He is shutting down like weather reporting. He is shutting down cancer research. He is, in almost every conceivable way, making your lives, each one of you watching, regardless of what your economic income is, what your economic position, like, he is making your life worse. It just is. Like, oh, do you want cancer treatments? You're not going to get them. Oh, you want healthcare so people aren't just like dying in the gutter? You don't want your local city to have corpse collectors? Guess what? Tough nuts, because this man is cutting $1 trillion from Medicaid. And like, there are going to be conservatives who are like, oh, what? Oh, look, you could cut $1 trillion from Medicaid and nothing bad's going to happen. Literally, people rely on that money to not die. And either you are someone who recognizes that this is a problem, or you are someone who just revels in the fact that tens of thousands of people are going to die, and you will feel like you can spin, the wheel of chance, and your time won't come. And I'm here to tell you that you're wrong. At some point, this type of economic and structural and political harm is going to come for you. And it might not be today, might not be tomorrow, might not be a year from now, but it is going to happen if these types of authoritarian overreach are left unchecked. We are looking at, for many people in this country, an existential threat to their lives, to their ability to make a living, to their ability to go to the grocery store and buy food. What happens when the farms start failing because the soybeans aren't being bought on the global market? What happens when the tariffs start killing mid-sized companies, as we are already seeing happen? What happens when people start realizing that tariffs are a unilateral tax that the American president is putting on the American people like a goddamn king? What happens? Because guess who pays the tariffs, ding-dongs? It's us. We're the ones who pay that. It's not some foreign government. It's not some foreign country. It is the people who pay to import it here. Us. And what we are seeing is just a complete and utter gutting of people's ability to live. And what is happening during this government shutdown is that Donald Trump is accelerating this process. Just today, the White House announced that it is freezing or potentially just outright canceling $11 billion meant to go to infrastructure spending. That's keeping up bridges. That's keeping up roads. What do you think happens when these roads start collapsing? What do you think what happens when major bridges start falling apart? It stops trade. It stops the ability for you to lead a functional, normal life. Not to mention the fact that it's going to harm people. It's going to kill people. It's intolerable. Absolutely intolerable. And not only that, but like we're seeing another level of corruption that like just isn't normal. It's just not normal. Here's Donald Trump getting on Truth Social just earlier today. George Santos. You all remember George Santos? He's the former member of Congress who, was outed for being essentially a huckster, a flim-flam man, a con artist. Dude had bounced checks to the Amish. Do you have any idea, like, what kind of a person you have to be to bounce checks to the Amish? He got 7 years in prison for fraud. George Santos was somewhat of a rogue, but there are many rogues throughout our country that aren't forced to serve 7 years in prison. I started to think about George when the subject of Democratic Senator Richard Danang Dick Blumenthal came up again. As everyone remembers, Danang stated for almost 20 years that he was a proud Vietnam veteran, having endured the worst of the war, watching the wounded and the dead as he raced up the hills and down the valleys, blood streaming from his face. He was a great hero. He would leak to any and all who would listen. And then it happened. He was a complete and total fraud. He never went to Vietnam. He never saw Vietnam. He never experienced the battles there or anywhere else. His war hero status and even minimal service in our military was totally and completely made up. This is far worse than what George Santos did. Or at least Santos had the courage, conviction, and intelligence to always vote Republican. George has been in solitary confinement for long stretches of time and by all accounts has been horribly mistreated. Therefore, I just signed a commutation releasing George Santos from prison immediately. Good luck, George. Have a great life. This man just released a guy who was convicted of fraud so severe that he lost his office. Like he was kicked out of Congress. Dude was bouncing checks to the Amish because he was doing so many cons. And it's blatant. It's just blatant criminality. And Donald Trump's response to that as well, well, many people are criminals. So many people are criminals that I guess Donald Trump thinks it's fine to pardon folks that politically agree with him. That's his argument. So George Santos is out of prison. We are also now in a time where ICE is arresting police officers, is detaining police officers and claiming that they are, in fact, undocumented immigrants. Even though these people were cleared to work by DHS itself. Like a Chicago police officer, Bojovic, I believe, was detained by ICE. These people, these agencies have gone so power mad that they are just taking police officers now.
More karaoke covers. BWA.
Indeed, Paladin. Thank you for the $10 dono. We're going to get those George Santos karaoke numbers for sure. For sure. And we are seeing now a time when all across this country, people are having to think outside the box and step up. Everywhere in this country, every square mile of it, people are having to make the decision whether or not it's time for them to do something about this. This is a story from NPR that dropped earlier today. Tensions rise in Chicago. Volunteers patrol neighborhoods to oppose ICE and help migrants escape. And this is I just want to really emphasize here. Nearly a dozen kids come around the block, some running, others riding their bikes. They are heading straight to the gap between the grocery store and the old apartment building, the same area where immigration and customs enforcement vans often park. We heard they were here, so that's why we came, a kid said to another one. By they, he means ICE agents. He and the other kids were ready to start recording the latest immigration enforcement action in their neighborhood. An organizer with Patrulla Popular, or the People's Patrol, an all-volunteer group of activists, is nearby and approaches the kids. You guys need to keep yourselves safe, okay? You guys need to be careful, Ruby tells the kids. She asks to be only identified by her first name because she fears retaliation for her work warning people about ICE's presence. She says the kids should document everything they see while keeping their distance. This could help eventually identify the undocumented immigrants being taken away by federal immigration agents. She also tells them one of the goals should be to alert everyone around them about the presence of ICE, and she gives them whistles. When you see somebody and you see a car or something suspicious, you do a break of a whistle, Ruby says, meaning a soft series of whistles. If you see somebody being detained, the whistle is long, as loud as you can. We have here neighborhood children who are realizing the nature of the times we live in, and because our entire society has failed them, they are the ones who are stepping up in their neighborhoods. They are the ones who are going out there and saying, well, we can see ICE fans, we're going to do something, we're going to record them, we're going to be alerting the community to their presence. And, like, they're kids, man. They're children. This shouldn't be their job. It shouldn't be the job of children to fight the US government. It shouldn't be this way. And as an adult, I'm fucking embarrassed and infuriated that it has come to a point where children need to step in where adults have failed. Because what has happened in this country is that adults en masse have failed children and allowed these authoritarian fascists to gain so much power that now the children are the ones who need to stand up and fight. And I'm so frustrated. Here is another excerpt from this article. I'm going to link it in chat, by the way, so you all can read it. I do want to encourage you all to read the full thing. If you have a beating heart, you need to stand in solidarity with these children at every available opportunity you can get. Okay? We all need to turn out on No King's Day because these children work tirelessly where we have failed. The mother of two girls says she has seen how her neighbors have been chased down by immigration enforcement agents. In this apartment building, some adults have decided to stay home and not go to work and to not send their kids to school. But there's one person she says is giving her hope. His name is Ivan, and he's 17. He has taken on the unlikely role of protector, often patrolling his neighborhood daily starting around 5 a.m. I may not be no cop or none of that, but I be taking care of the community, Ivan says. I don't want none of these people get deported. NPR is identifying Ivan only by his first name because he's a minor. Witnessing ICE arresting people in this area has become an almost daily occurrence over the last few weeks, Ivan says. A few days ago, he took a video of an enforcement operation happening at a nearby grocery store. Ivan says every day he tries to keep an eye out for suspicious cars. They could be ICE, he says. His goal is to give migrants enough time to either hide or flee if agents are around. All these people make the US work, Ivan says. Without them, how is the US going to be? And we are living in a time where a 17-year-old child understands the reality of America better than the vast majority of adults that are currently running this country. If you are not standing up to oppose authoritarians and would-be kings at a time like this, what are you doing? What are you doing? There is only one way we fix this, and that is by turning out en masse when opportunities like No King's Day present themselves. Flood the streets in every single corner of this great nation. Because we need to do it. It's not a question of whether we want to do it or do you feel like it. You got to do it. And folks, you all might remember a few days ago we talked about a case in Chicago where ICE agents alleged that in the middle of a traffic, they were in the middle of traffic when suddenly cars began threatening them from all sides, and they just had to pick up a weapon and shoot a woman several times. We talked about this story. Well, Chris Murphy in Congress sent a letter to Kristi Noem today, or rather, yesterday. Dear Secretary Noem, I write today seeking clarification of public statements that representatives of the Department of Homeland Security made on October 4th, 2025 regarding recent allegations of doxing and assault on federal agents near Chicago, Illinois. I ask you to correct the public record by redacting the misleading and inaccurate facts. As you know, on October 4th at approximately 10:30 in the morning, at least 3 Border Patrol agents were involved in a use of force incident outside of Chicago, Illinois, where at least one BPA discharged their duty weapon at a U.S. citizen. Less than 3 hours later, DHS spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin released a statement justifying such use of force. Among other statements, she asserted that the BPAs were boxed in and followed by approximately 10 vehicles, implied that the alleged perpetrator had a weapon and brandished such a weapon at the BPAs, and that local officers with the Chicago Police Department failed to render aid to DHS agents after the alleged assault occurred. As of today, the evidence appears to contradict each of these assertions, leading me to re-examine other public statements by DHS officials. As you know, when the government misrepresents or lies about events involving the safety and well-being of federal law enforcement, it erodes public trust, making their jobs much harder. I know you share my commitment to safety and well-being of these agents and officers, which is why I'm writing to ask you to correct the record and answer the following questions. As such, please provide responses to the following questions or requests by November 16th. On October 5th at 5:50 p.m., Laura Loomer tweeted photos of Ms. Martinez's vehicle, which she alleges a DHS source provided her. Provide details of how Ms. Loomer received these photos and describe whether DHS is investigating the leak of alleged criminal evidence to Ms. Loomer. 2. Any DHS officials Did any DHS official access any criminal, biographical, or publicly available information about Ms. Martinez before the alleged assault occurred on October 4th? There's a typo where he says 2 again. Provide a complete copy of all body camera footage captured by any federal official before, during, and after the alleged assault occurred on October 4th. Provide the current body camera policy for Customs and Border Protection. 4. Please describe why body cameras were not operational before, during, and after the alleged assault occurred on October 4th. 5. If the DHS vehicle was equipped with a camera, provide all footage captured before, during, and after the alleged assault occurred on October 4th. 6. Provide current agency policy or policies concerning the use of force by CBP. 7. Describe any internal personnel reviews or investigations that have commenced or will commence to review the agent's use of force and specify whether DHS put the agent who discharged their firearm on administrative review. 8. Were any of the BPAs in the DHS vehicle an agent Ms. Martinez was accused of doxing? Provide the definition of doxing used by DHS. I appreciate your attention to this request. If you have any questions about the content of this letter, please contact my office, right? Like, basically, Chris Murphy's like, y'all are a bunch of liars. Y'all are a bunch of liars. Present evidence to back up your case, because he knows that they can't present evidence to back up their case. He knows that, right? And also we have from just yesterday a judge in Chicago ordering immigration agents to wear body cameras constantly, right? Because what is happening is obvious. It's so patently obvious that the judge actually goes on to say, I live in Chicago, if folks haven't noticed, Ellis said, and I'm not blind, right? Which, like, yeah, because this is happening in every corner of the country. This is happening where judges live. This is happening where everyday people live. This isn't just like cordoned off to like, you know, the poverty-stricken areas of the country. This is happening everywhere. And that means that people who are would under normal circumstances, under normal police oppression, they would never see any of this. They would never experience any of this. They would never have to encounter any of this. But because it is so widespread, it is reaching even judges who are typically isolated from the consequences of actions like this. It's just truly wild, right? None of the claims that DHS is making have proven to be true. They seem to be fabricating evidence. It's a huge problem. And we have a king. We have a man who wants to be a king. And he's bombing civilians, literal civilians. These are not people who are soldiers. These are not even accused terrorists. These are, or rather, if they are being accused of terrorism, they are, like the government is not providing any evidence to that effect whatsoever. But the president continues to bomb civilian boats. And the reporting from, local news outlets in Venezuela indicates that these are civilians. These are not even like drug traffickers. These are fishermen, well known and respected in their communities. But we have now killed like over 20 people who are just going out on their boats to do fishing. And now, just today, the U.S. has detained 2 survivors, i.e., we have kidnapped 2 people. Yeah, the total is up to 27, plus 2 kidnapped. Yeah, there's zero due process. There's no evidence being presented to the American public. There is nothing going on here except, and the only inevitable conclusion of this is that we must accept that the President of the United States is ordering the deaths of civilians to flatter his own ego as a fucking PR blitz. It's disgusting. This should repel you. When he said he could shoot someone in the middle of Fifth Avenue and get away with it, his voters would still vote for him. I guess he wasn't lying. Because he's now killed 27 people in front of the entire world. And now there is a big problem because there are 2 surviving witnesses who are not in the US military. And they are officially in US custody, which means that there's a whole bunch of questions about what is going to happen to those people. Because are they going to be taken back to the United States to stand trial? Are they going to be returned to Venezuela? Or are they going to disappear? This is untenable. The geopolitical chaos this is happening. The internal chaos that this is creating. This is not tenable. And like when asked about this is how Donald Trump responded.
It has been reported that Maduro offered everything in his country, all the natural resources. He even recorded a message to you in English recently, offering mediation. What should we do in order to stop that?
He has offered everything. He's offered everything. You're right. You know why? Because he doesn't want to fuck around with the United States. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody.
There's literally nothing that the president of Venezuela can do in order to stop this from happening. Because Donald Trump wants nothing. Everything has been offered, nothing has been accepted because Donald Trump wants to kill these people. An F-bomb on Fox? Yep. The military are betraying their oath again and again. Well, that's why the head of the military's Southern Command resigned. You know, he didn't issue any public statement, but like, it's pretty clear that the reason one would resign over this, well, the reason one would resign would be over this. The repeated ordering of killing civilians for no reason. These are civilians. Even if they were drug traffickers, the crime for trafficking drugs is not death. It's just not that. And not only that, this man is bringing sickness, disease, and death back to the United States and growing it. He is cultivating a base of support that worships death. And I'm not even really being that hyperbolic. They come into this chat. I see them. I see conservatives. I see you guys. You come into this chat and you like gloat about the murders. You gloat about the killing. You gloat about the people who are going to die. And not only do I see that happen in just this small slice of the internet, but like you can see the effects of this writ large when it comes to public health policy. This piece blew me away from Semaphore. Whooping cough surges in Florida as vaccine rates plummet, right? And what's crazy here, you go down, whooping cough diagnoses in the state of Florida rose 81% from 2024 to 2025, driven by a collapse in immunization, right? For those of you who don't know, adults and teenagers survive whooping cough pretty well. If you've ever looked at like infant mortality rates in the past, historically, and wondered, hey now, why are they so high? It's because things like whooping cough kill children. You might be able to survive it as an adult, but if you're an adult and you get whooping cough and you bring it home to your kids, they can die. It literally causes brain damage in young children. Like, if you're an adult, the worst that happens to you with whooping cough is you break some ribs because you're coughing so hard. But like this, like if you are old, if you are an infant and you get whooping cough, this can straight up kill you. And because so many people have been taken in by the anti-vaccine rhetoric pushed by Donald Trump. And folks, remember, Donald Trump was one of the original people pushing anti-vaccine rhetoric. He was one of the original guys that popularized it here in the United States. But parents aren't vaccinating their kids anymore. Not at the rates that they have been. And it doesn't take a decline in vaccination that is that large, right? Here is the graph that Semaphore uses to chart immunization rates over time, right? So back in 2011, you've got a rate of around, 95% for whooping cough, right? Whooping cough is the purple graph here, right? And starting around COVID, it then dropped to 92%, right? A little bit over 92%. The drop of just 3% of people stopping vaccinating their kids has led to an 81% growth in infections. This type of policy kills people. They are not just like stopping research on new ways to cure cancer. They are not just, eliminating the possibility of future scientific advancements. They are actively sending people to their deaths. They are actively condemning children to die. And that is not hyperbole. That is just fact. That is just fact. Yeah, Lee Kestner writes, I had whooping cough at 4 years old. I'm 62. I have never forgotten how sick I was. I was close to having my airways shut down completely. It took weeks to recover. Yeah. Yeah. Here in America, we cannot stand for kings that bring death and disease to our door. We cannot stand for people who would wield authoritarian power to murder folks minding their business half the world away for no reason other than to bang their chest here at home. We cannot stand for people who are willing to send masked men onto our streets and steal our neighbors. We cannot stand for a world in which children are hitting the streets to stand up for what is right and for liberty to a degree never before seen in this country. We have failed, and we must undo that failure by standing up now. You need to figure out what the hell you're going to do. You know, today is No King's Day. Get out there. Get out there and protest. Find one near you. And if you can't find one near you, find your nearest street corner and stand there loud and proud. And then you need to look at what you're going to do tomorrow. And the next day. And the next day, and the next day, and the next day, because this is not going to be just a one protest, a one and done situation, because this administration does not understand. They are not going to understand that. This needs to be an everyday thing. This needs to be a commitment to liberty, a commitment to freedom, a commitment to standing up for your neighbors and for one another. That is what this needs to be. And I can't believe I'm going to say this, but Jimmy Kimmel put together something I found particularly moving today. And I think it's a great note to end on. And I can't believe I'm going to say this, but it uses the words of Ronald Reagan, which I think is a brilliant move, in order to communicate what work needs to be done. Here we go.
Since this is the last speech that I will give as president, I think it's fitting to leave one final thought. We lead the world because, unique among nations, we draw our people, our strength, from every country and every corner of the world. This quality is vital to our future as a nation.
You guys came to the school to do this? They don't have a warrant until they open the door.
If we ever closed the door to new Americans, our leadership in the world would soon be lost. It is bold men and women yearning for freedom and opportunity who leave their homelands and come to a new country to start their lives over. They believe in the American dream, and over they make it come true for themselves, for their children, and for others. They give more than they receive. They labor and succeed because they understand in a special way how glorious it is to be an American. They renew our pride and gratitude in the United States of America, the greatest, freest nation in the world, the last best hope of man on earth.
The American dream is dead.
No kings, folks. Get out there today. Get out there tomorrow. And get out there every day. If not in body, at least in spirit, because we need to make sure that this fucking sticks. We can't stand for this anymore. It's intolerable. So I encourage everyone to get out there, be silly, be peaceful, because it's your duty. You know, we don't talk that much about duty on the left, but we have a duty to one another to get out there and be loud as hell.
Imagine delivering that speech next to the throat goat.
Let's fucking go. Weapons grade silliness. Indeed, indeed, indeed. A priest was shot in the head for being peaceful. And we will yet turn up again and again and again, as that priest has again and again and again. And we will win. That's one of the big differences here. People see that and they think, "Oh, we have lost. Oh, we have lost." We haven't lost. Every act like that caught on camera, every abuse of power that we see and share with the world, every single punch thrown by an ICE officer, every single abuse suffered and shared with others, that brings us all closer together. It galvanizes us to take action. It makes us act. Because I guarantee you that there are many people here tonight watching this show who would not otherwise be here if they had not seen the acts of violence and the indignities being visited upon Americans and folks who came here to live a better life. Every single attempt to clamp down on us, every single attempt to shut us up and to silence us and to make us go home is only going to cause us to turn out in greater and greater numbers, in greater and greater fits of rage, and we are going to win.
Now I need to make a sign that says, even Nancy wouldn't be able to swallow this.
Excellent work, Lily Love Stuff. 10 out of 10. Thus always the tyrants, indeed, indeed. We are going to fucking win. Don't let anyone shake you from that idea, because this country and this administration is doing every single thing it can to convince you to stay home, to convince you that all is lost, to convince you that the only effective means of action are lone wolf, acts. And that is just not the case. They haven't won at all. They have a lot of work they want to do and have to do if they are going to win. And they cannot do it. They are incapable of it. So get out there and do the work. Because, folks, what are workers best at? What are we, the working people of this country, best at? It's work. We are the best at it, and we are going to do it, and we are going to win. Let's go. We made this, we made everything, exactly. We made this country. We make the gears of this nation turn. We make it possible for them to get up and go to work in the morning. We make it possible for them to go up and try and say that they are in charge of all of us, and they ain't. They ain't. We got solidarity. They got exactly jack shit. And we are going to win. I'm indigenous too. You can bet I tell the racist nationalists to get the fuck off my lawn. Hell yeah, Jolie Bonnet art. Love it. Love that energy. We all need it. We're also better at posting. True. All of the government's various departments descended upon Blue Sky today, and pretty much all of them were blocked by most users within like 10 minutes. We did. We built this country on rock and roll and a bunch of other things, I'm sure, too. Solidarity, folks. Solidarity. Yeah, have you guys seen Stephen Miller? Have you guys seen that weak sack of shit? Have you guys seen that hateful little butt wipe. Like, dude looks like the kind of guy who got called an idiot once in school and has never been able to get over it. He's just been seething the entire time trying to think of the best possible comeback, and he hasn't been able to think of one. Dude's a little lick spittle, a weak ass little bitch, and he just cannot figure out a way to make it, just his own problem, because he's stupid as hell. And let's be honest, all racists are stupid as hell. They're people who ultimately can't figure out a way to have any self-worth on their own, so they have to attribute it to the color of their skin. And that is maybe one of the biggest reveals of stupidity that is possible. All right? So folks, turn up to your No King's Day protests. Turn up. Get involved with your various organizing groups. And it doesn't have to be your local Dems, it doesn't have to be your local DSA, but it does, get involved. Figure out a way to make this something that you do every day, or even just once a week, rather than just once every handful of months. All right? And remember, folks, when you go out there, I do encourage you to embrace the silliness of the times, because obviously everything's insane these days. Make your protests a little bit insane too. Portland leads the way. Any advice for people for whom this might be their first time at a giant protest? I would suggest that you check out on the Discord. There is a protest thread, and pinned in that thread is a link to a bunch of safety tips from our resident street medic and Mod B. Highly recommend it. It's good stuff. Also, in the protest chat, there are a lot of people swapping tips and expertise. So you can get involved, join our community, and check it out. All right. So, folks, we've been going for almost 2 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream or getting anything out of today's stream, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. And also, if you guys are still a little unclear about what to do to support the stream, just remember, we have a song that lets you know what to do. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Good night, Ashley. Get good sleep. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click 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 butt. Am I remembering correctly that Salmon Moose made a click butt emote? Or is that just like a hallucination I have? Is that just is that just completely like something I made up? Oh shit! Salmon Moose. Thank you. I am really excited to play the Outer Worlds too. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah. I will play that on stream. Day one, let's go. Wait, caveat, I will play that on stream day one. As long as nothing as long as, you know, world-shattering news doesn't occur. I clicked the button. Have you? It's true. Clicking the button has been shown to demonstrate that you are an alpha, or even a sigma, or even the coveted ligma. How about Outer Wilds as well? I should play that game on stream. I played it a little bit, but I didn't get very far, and then I bounced off of it because I had other things I needed to do. Your country needs to stop happening, Jack. Make America stop happening. It'd be really nice. I'd love to play some like classic RPGs.
Portland protesting like it's Pride all year long. We're
Hell
here,
yeah.
rebelling with cheer. Get used to it. Kindness is the new punk rock.
You know, genuinely it is. Genuinely, I think for a long time our country kind of forgot that like being kind and neighborly to one another is like genuinely a good thing that we should seek to cultivate, you know? For the next 3 years, we ain't playing shit. That's kind of been the general thrust of it, yeah. Do you guys remember at the beginning of the year, like I was like, oh yeah, you know, after the election, I'll just take some time off and we'll do some, you know, light stream activities. And instead, obviously the opposite happened. I was not able to take time off after the busy election season, and instead we kicked it into overdrive. Remember when we could make plans? Wasn't that nice? Wasn't it nice to not just like be like going through life and then suddenly the president decides to like institute a 1000% tariff on I don't know, China? Like what? Like it's such a bullshit time to live. Ugh. God. All right, folks. Hell yeah. I'm just taking a look. Look at you guys. You know, we've got over 300 people watching on YouTube right now. Let me just check. We've got 370 people watching on YouTube right now. I think you guys can hit 200 likes. I think you guys can do it. There's only 175 likes right now. I believe in your ability to hit 200 likes. Yeah, there you go. Some of you are hitting the button. You guys had an entire song to click that button. But I believe in you guys. I believe in the power of chat. I'm doing my part. I can only hit the like button once, Jack. I'm sorry for Axial. Prince Andrew just gave you his royal title. If that ever actually happened for real, I'd piss on it. Fuck titles. Fuck titles and honorifics. This country is literally founded on not that. On that point, I've actually noticed your YouTube channel is actually growing quite well. Yeah, the video on Hope that I put out like a week or so ago really resonated with a lot of people, and you know, I think that's a good point to take. A lot of people feel pretty hopeless and feel pretty isolated, and I think it's worth me pointing out that you do not have to feel that way. You know, you can in fact have hope in dark times. Question, I've been struggling because this stuff makes me sick. I don't feel justice will ever be served. Trump will die free and wealthy. ICE will be let off free. Is there hope? Yeah, because ultimately my priority isn't Donald Trump suffers, and like I would love to see justice done to the entire Trump administration. But ultimately, my priority is improving the lives of people in this country.
It's a
right?
beautiful day in this neighborhood. A beautiful day for a neighbor. Would you be mine? Could you be mine?
PC Schwartz, thank you for the $5 dono and the reference to Mr. Rogers. Genuinely an inspirational figure. Yeah, Gila Monster. It was a banger video. Thanks, Panicked Pike. Rest well and scream loudly, y'all. Hell yeah. But yeah, no, I also worry, like I'm not immune to worry. I'm not immune to feeling apprehensive, but also you can't give in to those worries. You still got to get up and you still got to put on your pants and you still got to go out into that scary old world and do something about it. And ultimately, like, if we all do that, if we all go out and try and do something about it together, like, we can improve our lot in life. We can, in fact, make the world a better place. And sometimes that feels like a really big thing. And it is. But also, you can improve the world in a number of different ways.
I think that
Big and
those
small.
lyrics to the Mr. Rogers song would make a great protest sign.
I agree, One-Eyed Heathen. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And also, folks should make that sign. I think that one of the things that people get hung up on is like nation sized struggle. And that's all well and good. You should be paying attention to what's happening, but also sometimes improving your area of the world is as simple as like picking up trash in your neighborhood. Sometimes it's as simple as like going to your local soup kitchen and helping feed people. Like sometimes it is not in like some big gigantic action that is going to change the course of history, but instead it is the small everyday things we do for each other, right? And by doing those small everyday things, we can work ourselves up to doing bigger and bigger things. Cultivating that kindness, cultivating those kinds of neighborhoods. That's actually like what you see when you see stories about neighborhoods where 17-year-old kids are volunteering their free time in order to like save people from ice raids. That's because those communities have cultivated that type of relationship with one another. They have, through kindness and consistency and showing up for one another, built the kind of community in which they are able to keep one another safe. And when we all stand up alongside communities like that, we can collectively keep them even safer than that. We can do bigger and bigger things together. We can make a day beautiful, indeed. And to quote,
Midterms are coming. Just think, if we win, we get to spend the next 3 years pointing and laughing as they stab each other in the back.
God, I hope that is my greatest hope. Story of the Bard is that we make it to midterms, and then we get to see the Republican Party truly devolve into backstabbing bullshit. I would like that quite a bit. Almost forgot I delivered 24 different suits today, and the last 7 were literally to a group of frat bros at a dorm making signs to protest. Those suits were literally the main cast of the Muppets. That's so fucking good. You know, the fact that we got frat boys suiting up and turning out, the fact that we've got like
You may not,
grandmas
but I
and
believe in the
grandpas.
Dems' ability to somehow screw up their third greatest opportunity to eliminate their opposition in the past 4 cycles.
I mean, I do think that Democrats are going to do their best to lose. You know, like that's what establishment Dems want, but there's also a very real possibility, as kind of evidenced by what Chuck Schumer is doing right now, that they've backed themselves into a corner where they
One of
can't
Trump's
do
greatest
that.
strengths is tie entire party formed around him. If we crack that, he's nothing.
Well, honestly, also he's old as fuck. He's old as fuck. He's having strokes where half his face is melting off. He's not well. He's walking around with makeup plastered on his arms and hands. Like, dude is not doing okay. And I just have to say that whenever he passes, the Republican Party is not going to be able to hold it together. That's my big prediction. Like, I don't think we're going to see the amount of backstabbing that we wish we would after the midterms if Democrats win. But like, damn. Also, I gotta say, pretty worried about the Voting Rights Act and SCOTUS. If SCOTUS actually upholds the Voting Rights Act, I'm gonna be feeling a lot of relief. And if they got it, I'm gonna be it's gonna be rough. If they got it, you guys got to buckle down on the state level and get involved with your local political scene, because what is gonna need to happen is a knockdown, drag out fight, state by state, in order to secure, I mean, frankly, your rights. And there's really no way of sugarcoating that. He's dropping F-bombs in press conferences. He's lost what little filter he had. You know, I can't remember who pointed this out, but I thought it was so funny and really telling. Do any of you guys know why it was not common for coins to be minted with the faces of living emperors? When you look back at like the history of Rome, for example, do you guys know why uh, you know, leadership was not typically depicted upon coinage? Nope. Why? It's because coins were essentially like, the tweet of the time, as it were. It was one of the few times you could send out a mass message. And, well, if you have the emperor's face on coins and he's alive, well, what's to stop someone from defacing the coin to mock the emperor? What on earth would stop someone from doing that? Because you just do that and then you spend it. You you just deface the coin, and then if someone asks who did this, you're like, I don't know, I got it in the course of doing business. And so you could effectively make anti-imperial propaganda via currency if the emperor was alive. Defacing the queen was a national pastime here. And like there wasn't like a ton of ways to communicate a message on scale like that, but money was
Currency is how
certainly a
Louis
way.
XVI got caught fleeing France.
Exactly, Lily Love stuff. Like, people did not have a lot of visual references for leadership. You give them that, and suddenly...
Have we ruled out rolling over, presenting whole, and waiting for the sweet release of the guillotine?
Wait a minute, the guillotine is being used on the whole? Wait a minute. God. Death of Stalin ass shit, indeed. Oh, God. Good evening, Bragwin. Hey, Cecilia Fowler. Welcome, welcome. For bringing hope into my scared little life. It's okay. You're not as alone as you might feel. You know, I know it's weird. It's weird because I'm sitting in an empty room and I'm talking to, the little gay friends that live in my computer, right? But believe it or not, there are literally right now hundreds of other people watching and feeling what you're feeling too. You are not alone. You are not isolated. Right here, right now, there are literally over 400 people also feeling and getting ready to protest alongside you and getting ready to go out into the world tomorrow and do the hard thing of being visible and being angry and being loud. And I think it's so important to remember that. It's so important. So welcome, and just know you're not alone. Yeah, last time No Kings happened, something around, I believe it was around 5 million people showed up. There are hundreds more protest locations this time. And, well, I mean, the fact that every late night host currently has an axe to grind with the Trump administration, and also frankly, they are mainstreaming awareness of No Kings, and the Trump administration itself is talking about No Kings and trying to paint it as a bunch of terrorist loving Hamas sympathizers, and that really loses a lot of salience when every single Republican knows that their cousin went, or their aunt went to No Kings, and it's well, my aunt isn't the Hamas loving terrorist, so wait a minute, maybe this administration is all lies, right? And I just think that there so many more people are going to turn out tomorrow than we are even daring to hope for. So I just encourage you all to take heart, tomorrow I'm helping several people to get out who didn't turn out last time, and we're gonna make this work. We're gonna make it bigger, because that's kind of what a lot of people are doing. A lot of people who turned out for the first No Kings are bringing several more people this time. This is gonna be, it has the possibility to be one of the largest civil rights protests in American
This shit's
history.
gonna be all over the news. They can't keep us quiet, be loud, proud, and silly, cuz we were born to make history. Cheers, folks.
Yes. Also, heads up, I'm going to be streaming tomorrow night. So we will do a debrief on how No Kings went, and see what some of the fallout of that is, because there certainly will be something from Republicans. I'm bringing a bunch of coworkers this time. Hell yeah, Brass Man. Hey, J-Rock 420. How's your mom doing now? Betterish, I hope. Still in the hospital. Sadly. But every single one of my mom's friends is turning up. Every single one of my mom's elderly 70-plus-year-old friends is turning out for this protest. It's have hope. Have hope and turn out, folks. God. I was tempted to tell everyone at work to call out that day. Literally everyone. Do it, Cyrex. I hope that she feels well enough to turn out tomorrow too. We'll see. I think she'll still be in the hospital, but whew. Liberté, égalité, solidarité. Sorry to hear about your mom. It is what it is. My mom is on board with the protest. She has a bad habit of taking her mask off and talking to people close up, and she's still going through the cancer treatments. Oof. Well, I hope she stays safe. For what it's worth, my local community radio station has been bigging up No Kings tomorrow for weeks. That's actually worth a lot. Like, that kind of stuff can genuinely carry a lot of weight. All right. Folks, let's keep on trucking. Because we've talked about the No Kings protests now. And now it's time for me to fulfill my end of the bargain. Will you miss Sliwa when the election is over? Nah. Nah, I'm good. All right. Y'all. I think this is it.
Can't stay. Just dropping this and mourning that I missed Box
Yo!
Goodbye in new room break in streams T to TT.
Oh, you missed Box Goodbye. Well, not smart. Thank you for the $25 dono, and I hope it helps to know that literally right over there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, I believe 20 boxes right off camera there. So the boxes are not far gone. Okay. Also, thank you for the $25 dono. Let's go. Let's go. I will be dismantling some of them tonight. Now, God, okay. Let's try this, okay? 1 second. Are those black lights? How do you do that? Would it seem cooler if I told you that they are and then didn't explain it, or should I explain it? You love the new studio setup? I love it too. It's gonna get even better. The sound is gonna get better. I have plans to put in like a curtain, like a ceiling based like curtain line, so I can have like kind of some sound muffling, so it's not as echoey in here. I might get like an woven art tapestry thing to put over there to also help with sound. I already have 2 rugs coming that are going to help with sound echoes. It's going to get even better. Jack wants to show off the lights. They're literally the same lights I had in my apartment. They're just rods of LED lights that can change colors. Like I can make them any color I want. And yeah, I just put them facing the wall as opposed to facing the camera. Where's the box that says Wall Street Journal wine? Literally, there's one right there. I'm touching it. I'm touching that box.
I am a rat man. My name is Radicus Lenin. I wish for peace between our people and yours, but the dread Siwa keep hunting us.
I just want to know. Storm the Bard. Wait a minute. That took a minute to sink in. Oh God. One of the, the funniest possible outcome is for me to write an entire ass like tabletop role-playing setting based on the lore of the Ratmen. God. That's not the video quality, it's just you? Thank you. Also, it's my good camera.
We're
I'm able to
clearly
use my
missing
good
the
camera now.
Doritos whiskey display case.
Oh god, we finished that. We finished that. It's gone now. It's not coming back. Because it was also weirdly expensive. Did you use a shock collar to get those boxes to stay in place? Do I need to like give my 2 cents? Like I don't think Assad was using a shock collar. Like I don't really pardon the pun, but like I don't really have a dog in this fight, but like I don't know. That doesn't seem like it's shocking the dog. The what? People are claiming Hassan Piker like was shocking his dog in order to like get it to behave during streams, and like yeah, it's not like having been a dog owner for a long time. Dogs like hurt themselves. Like that happens not
Just spend
not
$180 to $250 and Yamazaki yourself. Well worth.
Yamazaki. Ooh, honestly, yeah. One of these days, I'm gonna get some Yamazaki, and it's gonna be fucking tasty as hell. Can't wait. All right. That will be one of my next fun purchases for myself, I think. Do I have a PO box? How do I send you artwork? I should get a PO box. I don't have one at the moment. I had one for a brief window of time. I can ask if my partner is still using a PO box, but that at one point she said I could also use it, but we'll have to see.
If Zoran condemned Hassan as, I don't associate with dog electrocutionists, I would have died laughing at the debate.
Oh god. I think I think Hassan would have died at the debate too. I don't have a dog in this fight. I said pardon the pun. I literally prefaced that by saying pardon the pun. All right. God. No pardons necessary. That was an excellent pun. Okay, I thought for a second there I thought it was going to, serve 7 years of fraud jail. Thankfully, you all bailed me out. All right. Let's do it. Let's fucking do it, folks. It's time. I need you all to lock in and strap in because you're about to get your money's worth of Rudyard content, okay? Here we go. Yeah, prepare for the intellectual assault.
I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have.
Here we go. Will it at least be funny? Maybe. We'll find out. So, folks, I foolishly made a bargain with chat. We'll start this segment ago.
But does Cuomo condemn the Hibernians or Sliva condemn the rat men?
Yeah, look, I've seen a lot of really convincing videos lately about a certain robot from the future that RoboCop Charlie Kirk and found Hibernia. So does Cuomo condemn Hibernia? Sake, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Christians Against Dinosaurs, thank you for the €5. Let's go. Here we go. So, folks, I foolishly, committed myself to covering a 2-hour long conversation between a podcaster and YouTuber named Dad Saves America and one What If Alt Hist. And I, a fool, regret my words and deeds, and am now here to pay the piper. I, without further ado, present to you what is titled Rudyard Lynch on Dating Apps, Moral Decline, and the Risk of Civil War. And the one asterisk I have to put at the beginning here is that this was recorded about 11 months ago. So there's probably going to be some outdated references. And, well, as we begin this almost spiritual journey, just remember,
the spirits like to convey the message that you should mentally see me as Gandalf.
Yeah, and that applies to me. That I am your Gandalf. Here we go.
Rudyard Lynch, welcome to Dad Saves America.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a real pleasure to be here.
So, if all goes according to plan, this will be our Thursday episode right before the election. And I figured you are among, I would say, the prognosticators of civil war in the United States.
Okay, yeah, so we're already off to a good start. We're less than a minute in, and we are at, you're a prognosticator of the Civil War.
I am the intellectual equivalent of an assault rifle.
Let's go. Let's fucking go. I'm excited. You know, how could this possibly go wrong?
Wait, how did I never realize the racist idiot's last name is Lynch? Also, his voice hits me like a truck.
You know, I'm not going to touch any aspect of that text-to-speech comment.
But you also are someone who lays out kind of anthropological scale stories about where we are as a civilization. You know, I see a lot of like the fourth turning type of thinking in your stuff. And I first came across you on Chris Williamson's podcast. And so I guess let's start off with, you know, what do you do? What is it that you do?
As I said on the last podcast I was on, I am a 23-year-old with no credentials whose job is betting against God. And so I'll start there. And I'm Rudyard Lynch, and I'm a college...
I'm sorry. I really want him to get interrupted here and like just be like, what does that mean? When you say you bet against God, what does that mean? Because like we know now that like this man literally thinks that he has been to the spirit world and like been to hell and been to heaven, and like if he is talking about betting against God, he might actually mean that literally. Like literally like is engaged in gambling with God.
Dropout. And I started this channel when I was 13. And I started largely out of boredom. And we made a lot of videos, or I made videos about what if the South won World War II and what if the Nazis won the Civil War. And after 7 years of alternate history, I gradually morphed into different kinds of content. And now I make more anthropology and history and philosophy and that kind of content. You could say that the shared idea of all of it is human nature and trying to understand how human nature operates across various contexts. And
I genuinely can't tell you if he mixed those up intentionally or not. I genuinely can't. Whether the Nazis won the Civil War or the South won World War II, I genuinely have no
Einstein
idea.
said God does not play dice. How do you bet against that?
Well, clearly you bet against Einstein and you win because he's dead.
So I'm known for several different things, one of which, and the thing I've gone for, the podcasts I've been on before, is my prediction from about...
Dude, is this guy a comedian? I can tell you guys, I know that it's going to sound insane, but I can tell you guys with 100% certainty that this man is not a comedian. He's not doing a bit. he has like a 12-hour long manifesto that I've covered, by the way, where he talks about like how he believes that his bloodline is a magical justice bloodline. He believes in some kind of fusion of eugenics and like spiritualism, like kind of esoteric Nazism. And like he has talked extensively about literally going to the spirit world, literally being engaged in spiritual warfare. And like he's not like he's not well. He's not a stable individual.
5 different historic models, and America's on the verge
There's an entire playlist where I go over all that. So, go for it.
of a crisis like the French Revolution or the 30 Years' War or the Black Death. And there are very significant historic patterns that say that. And I could go on for a bunch of other stuff talking about everything else in my life, but I think that's a solid place to start.
Okay, I'll keep this quick. Be sure to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and ring the bell.
One of my favorite things of all time is just seeing how these people do ads.
So that you won't miss more Dad Saves America as our videos come out each week. And it also really helps us because when we reach out to guests, they look at how many subscribers there are to decide if they want to come on and share their ideas. So please subscribe to the channel. It really helps us out. And thanks for watching. Now, back to the show.
I was hoping to figure out what kind of sponsorships this guy gets.
Yeah, I think when I first saw some of your stuff, my immediate reaction was a deep skepticism because I'm generally a little skeptical of sort of grand historical narrative structures and pattern recognitions like the Fourth Turning or Ray Dalio's got his, cycles.
You know what? I gotta be honest. This man has cleared the very low bar that I set for him, which is that I didn't think he would have that skepticism. So that's great. It's nice that he has that skepticism, but I feel like there's going to be a but coming, where it's like, but you got me. I have this deep skepticism of like historical cycles, but you make a compelling case. I feel like that's coming here.
Of the
the Fourth Turning is like absolute Nazi bait, by the way. So like when he talks about that, like it being skeptical of it, he's basically like, I'm a little skeptical of this Nazi stuff.
Changing world order, and they seem very low resolution and almost like a tautology. So I guess let's start with like, how do you have any confidence in even entering into these kind of waters? Never mind being a 23-year-old self-taught historian. We can come back to that, but I'm more receptive to that having been a self-taught economist. So I don't mind self-teaching. I think that's fine. But
every time you talk, you use at least one SAT word. You used tautology this time, and you used another one I forgot last time. So when I was in high school, I thought confidence is free, so I can choose to be confident. And on a balance sheet, confidence is better than not being confident. So I decided to be confident. And that's my attitude. So did you ask me why I'm so confident that we're going to have a civil war, or what is the intellectual?
Hard times argument has honestly poisoned the discourse.
It really has. And just keep in mind, everybody, the weak men, hard times thing. It's not an argument. Like it was literally thought up by a sci-fi writer.
Doing a hell of a lot of work right there.
Indeed, that Denovian. Like the hard times, weak men, hard times thing. That's all from like a deeply unpopular and not well regarded sci-fi book written by a conservative. So just keep that in mind here, okay?
Journey that led me here.
I guess why do you, even at the level of like almost how to think about problems, why do you have confidence that such a prediction is possible? Instead of just, I don't know what the future holds. The world is complicated.
Because the world is fundamentally unreasonable.
Well, you know, one might think from listening to conservatives that like, oh, the hard men create good times shtick has been around for forever. It's literally from a book from 2010. Like it's that the book was written. It's called Those Who Remain. I don't know if anyone is interested in that particular book, but like I don't know, just seems like you should probably be aware. Probably be aware that it's not like a great piece of literature. They aren't drawing upon like I don't know. They aren't drawing upon like some kind of like ancient idiom or something.
And expecting it to be reasonable is unreasonable. And so I have confidence as I look back across history, and people have consistently been able to predict the future. And I say that my job is betting against God because it's impossible to predict the totality of the world because everything's connected. So to predict, you have to end up predicting everything in order to predict a very good model of the future because that's just how the world works. And so you're betting against God. You're betting against the totality of the universe. That being said, you do look back over history and you find people who were able to predict the future pretty accurately. And there's this book called Stand on Zanzibar by John Brunner as a brilliant example.
You look back on history, you do find that some people made predictions that were correct. And obviously they knew what they were doing. And it's not that they just kind of bullshitted. They clearly they must have known what they were talking about because they got it right. It could just be that they guessed and then happened to be right.
Example. It was written in like 1968 and it's set in the year 2010. America has its first black president. The world's population is 9 billion. You have nihilistic school shooters. You have the fall of the Soviet Union. China becomes America's new rival. You have
Great news. My leather family and I are protesting tomorrow, and I'm starting mutual aid tonight.
Oh, hell yeah, One-Eyed Heathen. Love to hear that. Let's go!
Of advanced computer technology, you have AirPods, and you have that, and headphones. You have more.
Wow, someone from the 1980s was able to like predict pretty near future like tech trends. That's crazy.
Degeneration, the collapse of religion, and a bunch of other things. They even have a President Obomi, but he's in 2011. But President Obomi is a country, and he's president of a country in Africa, and so. I look,
and you know, Obomi is very close to Obama. Ho 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 ho! You see, they predicted the name of the president of a different country, but you know, it's kind of like the president of our country. Ho ho ho!
At that, and I thought to myself in high school,
if
how
you run
did
the numbers enough, anybody can guess right. With billions of people making guesses, some crazies might be right.
Exactly. It's a number. It's a numbers game. But also, like, yeah, if you're gonna use any piece of pop culture to predict like that predicted like technology far beyond what like actually was possible at the time, like I don't know, there are a few things you could draw on, right? Like sci-fi in particular would be great. Like Star Trek. Star Trek and predicted a bunch of different devices that eventually became real, which is pretty cool. But like you can go and like look at different sci-fi works throughout history and find different concepts being, invented essentially. Like one of the first sci-fi books ever written. I forget what it's called here. What is it called? Yes. Lucian's it's by Lucian. What was it called? Yeah, it's called True History or A True Story. And it was written by Lucian of Samosata, right? And it's basically about a voyage into the stars where they meet like spider aliens. Basically, it's kind of it was designed to be like a parody of like travelers accounts that were popular at the time. Basically like, oh yeah, you totally traveled to the stars where you met the spider people. Like that's kind of like how it's supposed to come across. But it also, in this act of satire, like became, first of all, one of Lucian's best known works, but also like groundbreaking as one of the first real works of sci-fi that we have available to us. And it's it's pretty interesting. The plot involves like traveling to other planets, essentially. Um, like Yeah, here we go. Shortly after leaving the island, they are caught up in a whirlwind and taken to the moon, where they find themselves embroiled in a full-scale war between Endymion, the king of the moon, and Phaethon, the king of the sun, over colonization of the morning star. And their armies include the spider people. Like it's a whole thing. It's literally the first Star War that we have in media. It's pretty cool stuff, right? But like you could be like, ah, look, Lucian predicted spaceships. He predicted planets and planetary bodies. Wow, look at that. Who would have thought? Who would have thought about that? He predicted space combat all the way back in the 2nd century. And it's just kind of like, well, it's not really like that. You know, like, if anything, like that should be the go-to example for him, not some book written in the 1980s.
Author of this book gets so much right. And the conclusion I came to is that he got two intellectual proxies down correctly, and he was able to follow that logic. And those two were collapse in traditional values and population growth. And I realized those two variables account for significantly more of the changes since the 60s than we would believe. And I find with intellectual topics, everything is almost like a spell. And once you can learn the spell, you can break the rules of it. For example,
oh no.
the spirits like to convey the message that you should mentally see me as Gandalf.
You see, knowing things is like magic is a hell of a take. But by knowing the spell, you can break reality. I mean, you could just know things. By knowing things, you can manipulate reality. Like that's not magic. That's just knowledge. That's why people say knowledge is power, man. Is this man talking about magic spells? This man is talking about magic spells. Also, totally unrelated, but as long as we are kind of doing this content, did you guys know like how Dungeons and Dragons initially conceived of like magic spells for wizards? I find it one of the most fascinating ideas where like essentially in Dungeons and Dragons, magic spells are effectively creatures. They are like knowledge-based creatures. Like by learning them, you essentially trap them in your mind. And then when a wizard casts the spell that they have memorized, the spell is literally released from their mind and they no longer know the spell. Like it by learning the spell and rereading the scroll and memorizing it, they can then re-trap a similar type of creature. And that's really cool. That's such a cool concept for how magic could work in a fantasy setting, and I've always been fascinated by it. But I get the feeling Rudyard's not talking about magic in this way. You know, it's much more fun to talk about D&D magic though. So it's Pokemon kind of? Yeah, but if Pokemon were only an idea, you know? Yeah, Vancian magic. Yeah, midweek gold.
Sounds
you
like
understand?
some Tales from Earthsea type stuff.
Yeah, no, it's very similar, Nathan. Like Aferis or Aferis 01 kind of gets it. It's like a mimetic life form, like something that spreads via just knowledge of it. It's very, very cool stuff. And I feel like there are so many storytelling possibilities with concepts like that. It gets me really excited as, someone who likes writing fantasy settings.
Medicine. If you were to tell someone 200 years ago, actually 200 years ago, they'd get it. 400 years ago, you'd say, we basically got rid of malaria. We basically got, at least in America, we got rid of malaria, dengue fever, polio, all these illnesses. And you would say, they'd say, how do you do that? That's incredible. You would say, we studied them. We found that there's these little, basically spirits, and then you can use soap and other types of disinfectant.
No, they're not. They're not fucking spirits, man. They're genuinely little tiny creatures that get inside your body and fuck you up. Like, this germ theory isn't magic. It's not magic. No. No. Jesus Christ. God.
Infectants and other types of medicines to wipe out these illnesses. So the world is comprehensible, and you can find ways to deal with it. And
the world becomes more comprehensible if you just attribute everything to magic, for sure. Yeah.
The modern world is testament to that. There should not be a large population in Florida because it used to all be swamp. We found a way to drain the swamp.
So I think one of the things that
you drain the swamp with magic. The swamp magic.
Calling vaccines magic is somehow still better than RFK Jr.
It is, but I get the feeling Rudyard is probably Rudyard might be pro-vaccine. I genuinely have no idea. There's no way to predict any of his actual political stances.
I sometimes
no, there is. He's deeply, deeply conservative, but like when it comes to health issues, I'm genuinely unsure.
The way I will think about these things, about the future, and about is that there's certain kinds of problems that are complicated.
Yeah.
And then there's certain kinds of problems that are complex. Now, this is semantics, so I'll define what I mean by that. And this is not my approach. I'm borrowing it from somebody.
Yeah.
I don't remember who. But that complex problems are more like chaos theory type problems.
Yes.
They're problems that have thousands or millions or billions of variables, all in dynamic, constant movement. And so understanding where they're going to head is like understanding where a flock of birds is going to go.
Yeah.
It's not totally impossible. It's just very low resolution at best.
Yeah.
Then there's complicated problems, which is like trying to get a rocket to be caught by two metal chopsticks.
Yeah.
Like Elon just did this past week.
God, these people are really lame. Like chaos theory is literally the way that science studies and understands chaotic and hard to predict events. Dude, making this distinction doesn't make sense.
Which is huge.
Elon did what? I mean, Elon played a lot of Diablo, or paid someone to play a lot of Diablo. Like he wasn't doing that. He didn't do that himself.
Number of variables, but all basically inanimate objects that are responding to the laws of physics and can be modeled in a computer with math. So the weather is an example of the former. Like
you can also model animal behavior with math. Like you can do that with a computer, though. You could do it in both cases.
We can't predict the weather more than like 48 hours at best.
Yes.
But
didn't he do both? He did both, Yari Nidaze. He cheated at Path of Exile and got caught, and then he was doing some wonky stuff with Diablo 4.
Human activity I would think, is mostly in the latter category. So do you think about it that way, or do you think, no, actually that's not the right way to think about it?
I think that's accurate. I'm very careful about what I do and don't predict, because For example, I've never had a pretension to understanding AI, and I will never issue an opinion on AI until my frame of either one of the two things happen. There's something that's completely obvious for the direction of AI that I, as a layperson, can see, or if I spend a tremendous amount of time studying that field. And so a lot of stuff I refuse to have opinions on. I refuse to have opinions on Europe for the near future because I don't know enough about their political context. I am confident for the Civil War in America, which is why
America's definitely going to have a civil war this time. I know I said America was going to have a civil war 8 years ago, but it's definitely still happening.
I've gone on so many podcasts. That's why I have a $1,000 bet with Andrew Heaton that there will be 1,000 deaths by April.
Which I really don't want to be true.
Well, that didn't happen. I hope he paid that $1,000 that he owes.
You know, this show's called Dad Saves America because I want America to continue to exist, and I think it deserves to be saved from its depravity and its disasters. So let's get into, I want to somewhat bookend our conversation around your hypothesis here, because I think in the middle of it, there's a bunch of stuff I want to talk to you about that I think is really interesting, to me at least. But okay, lay out the historical reason why you think shots fired in America by...
Oh my God, yes,
Imagine
please.
being the biggest nerd, but also not knowing any facts about any subject you won't shut up about.
What's crazy is that he claims to have read so many different books on these subjects, but like all of the books are like either horribly out of date or written by like Nazis. like or both, you know? So it's, and I know that this might be a deep cut, but it's kind of like watching an intellectual version of the character Wimp Lo from Kung Pao Enter the Fist. Someone who it's like watching someone who has been trained wrong on purpose as a joke. Like that's kind of how I feel watching this man. Except that the thing that distinguishes him is that billionaires actually pay attention to what this man says. Powerful people actually give a shit.
Hormones are magic. You take the titty juice, you get the titty. In this way, you are a powerful sorceress.
Yes, I'm a titty sorceress. It's true. I've used the foul breast magic to a forbidden art.
April and what could be called a civil war. What's the patterns that line up in history that say this, we're on the precipice?
I use a combination of intuition and empiricism, and I'll explain the...
Can I just say how like it's insane that right off the bat he's like, yeah, I trust my gut. My gut is telling me there's a civil war coming. You know, the titty sorcerers go hard though. That's when you know that they're serious. God. So Riverboat Jack, my father was telling me some BS about Trump having the Navy stationed offshore in California, poised to attack during the protests tomorrow. Have you heard anything for where that nonsense may have come from? Genuinely, it could have come from anywhere on the far right. Like, we had someone in chat earlier today talking about how Europe had fallen to like the left-leaning hordes who were just snagging people off the streets in Italy, and it's just like that's not happening. The things that conservatives worry about are literally just not happening.
I spent so many years confused about intuition before I learned that it was basically code for I made it up.
Exactly, Nomi Sunrider, exactly. There's no there. Like, the Navy isn't poised to attack tomorrow. It's like what conservatives did, 20 years ago, and they were like, oh yeah, FEMA's gonna build hobbit homes and force people to live in them. And like it's good, they're gonna dig holes in the ground and force conservatives to live in the holes in the ground. And like that didn't happen, and it wasn't gonna happen. And like the Navy is present off the shore of California, but that's because the Navy is present off of basically every shore in America.
Rudyard's amount of insane BS per second cannot be matched. Civil War actual magic, it never ends.
It's true. It's true, you know? Rudyard just, you know, part of what you have to understand about him is that you just can't keep up with him because
I am the intellectual equivalent of an assault rifle.
You know, he's just too fast. You know, he's firing off high level ideas at a rate unmatched by even our most advanced caliber of Dave Rubin. You know?
I cast Melf's magnificent memories at 3rd level.
Oh fuck. Oh god. God.
Through both. On the empirical side, I've studied about 5 different historic models, which all say that America will have a civil war in the 2020s, or a large war in the 2020s, depends on the model. And for all of these, they, except for one of them, they stem back to the 20th century. So this is a completely different era. Even the most recent one, Peter Turchin's, he called it in 2010. 2010's a very different world. Saying that we'll have a civil war in the 2020s and 2010 requires a lot of balls. And
does it? Because like you could just say things.
Is it just me, or does Rudyard look like Yahtzee had a severe allergic reaction to a peanut?
Oh no.
Somebody will get this. BWA.
God.
I put on my robe and wizard's hat.
Oh, hell yeah, Lady Ringcloud, let's go! The classic memes, the ancient magics. I
cast Biggest Tookus at 3rd level.
Well, it is the aftermath of the Great Recession.
3 different worlds. The most recent one, Peter Turchin's, he called it in 2010. 2010's a very different world. Saying that we'll have a civil war in the 2020s and 2010 requires a lot of balls.
I just have to really reiterate here, it doesn't. You can literally predict anything at any time for literally no reason whatsoever. Here, I'll do it. I predict that in the year 2040, we will get like a technology that is based entirely on cupcakes. It's a cupcake technology. You know, you want to call your mom, you press a cupcake. You wanna email someone, you eat that cupcake. You want to drive a car, you getting in a gigantic cupcake, motherfucker. There we go. I just made a prediction. It did not take massive balls to do it. You can, in fact, just say things and then go about with your day. The muffin button. Look, we are not far enough advanced in this conversation to talk about of course, the pending civil war in the 2030s between the muffins and the cupcakes. Okay, you guys haven't arrived at a high enough intellectual level to engage with that idea yet. Okay, we'll get there when we get there, folks.
And
well, it is the aftermath of the Great
Recession. You laugh, but I'm deep into high-tech cupcake development using nanoparticles and holograms. Big shit going on.
Recession and the rise of the Occupy movement. Yeah. So there's a couple things that are like, uh-oh, we're not in the Great Moderation anymore.
Yes.
Right?
No one in this room would have guessed that, though.
Fair.
Probably of the people watching, I would guess, I don't know, like 15.
But the knifiest duck, Rudyard isn't wearing a fedora. I'm pretty sure Yahtzee had his surgically attached to his head.
Oh, are you telling me this man wouldn't wear a fedora? You telling me that this man's go-to hat isn't a fedora?
Chat, I am a wizard, and I will cast summon MILFs in your area at the protest tomorrow.
That's right, in every corner of America, MILFs will be summoned. It is the highest level of MILF summoning spell that Paladin Lost is capable of.
Would have thought that we'd have a civil war in the 2020s. And those people are probably the schizo Alex Jones types who just say stuff, and some of it happens to be correct.
Yeah, some of them are definitely like that, my man.
New tech. I slam my peneth in the car door and cast fireball.
You know, we should really make nuclear weapons work that way. You know, if you know, in order to fire the nuclear weapons, you got to slam your penis in the car door. It's the only way the technology will work. Oh fuck.
Alex Jones is not a prophet. He just says a lot of stuff, and some of it turned out to be accurate.
Right.
Yeah, totally no parallels to anyone else in this conversation whatsoever.
Sort of broken clock.
Exactly.
Verbal diarrhea guarantees, you know, something's going to happen.
Yeah. So, Dinesh D'Souza in 2012 made this documentary saying that if Obama was elected, it would be the end of America. And I thought he was insane for saying that as an 11.
Holy fuck!
Voice makes me cast disinterested at 5th level.
Oh, this man, of course he looks up to Dinesh D'Souza. Of course he's referencing the Mule movie. He's going there. He's literally making an ass of himself. That's crazy.
7-year-old. And looking at what happened, I don't think he was wrong, because Obama elected in 2012. What happens immediately after it? Wokeness, because Obama was appointing all of these woke.
Also, just Dinesh D'Souza, just a message for you, because I know you might in fact name search and find this somehow. You really should have named the movie 2000 Asses. You know, really conveys the same message, and also I think a lot more people would have watched your movie. It's all about advertising, okay? 2000 Asses would have at least gotten more seats in the theater. It's all I'm saying. It's all I'm saying. You know, people like asses. People don't like mules.
People to positions of power. And I think Obama precipitated this weird chain of events. It's incredibly paradoxical that it created wokeness. I can explain that if you like, but I think you asked me a question, so I'm going to answer the question.
Fucking pronouns!
And the model that I study the most, I got from first David Hackett Fisher, who wrote a book called The Great Wave, which I've recommended to you. It's one of my top recommendations to you. And it's a history of inflation for the last 1,000 years of Western history. And what it looks at is that you can correlate inflation with revolutions pretty closely. And there's especially certain types of inflation.
Yeah, largely because bad economic times tend to lead towards revolution, because people, in fact, rely on money to procure goods and services. You know, that you need those things to get by in society. So yeah, harder economic circumstances are more prone to revolution. Yes.
That are going to have revolutions, where you have these cycles of inflation and deflation that each last something a little bit over a century. And he wrote in the 1989, I think, something like that. That's when the Great Wave came out. He said that America would have a crisis like, and these will be the examples I keep returning back to, because they're the parallels I'm drawing from. And to be clear, and this is a conversation I've had with many friends recently, I don't think we'll have a world war. I don't think we'll have nuclear war. I think when people hear war, they think it's a zombie movie. The reality, and this is the thing I said in Timcast, is most of you.
Oh, that's right. He also went on Tim Pool. You know, if you guys are ever like, why are you spending so much time on this man? It's because he's absolutely insane, and for some reason people like listen to him and like take his ideas into account and then mainstream them. Like, this guy is, again, someone that is retweeted by like Elon Musk. This guy is in the circle around Peter Thiel. Like, dude has a weird amount of clout. And you know, not to tip my hand for future segments too much or anything, but there's literally a here. This is where I found this. Okay, so there's a segment here explaining sex and power in history, and I clicked on this, and then I was kind of curious. I was like, wait, what is going on here? And I followed the rabbit hole down a little bit farther. And what I found was that there is, in fact, a organization called America's Future. And it seems to be some kind of I'm just gonna say money sink or funnel of some kind that exists to funnel money to various content creators. Literally, one of the most popular videos on the channel is the rise and fall and rise of America, on which Rudyard Lynch guests from about 2 years ago. 1 year ago, they did a national security and population decline with those two fucking weirdos who talk about birth rates all the time and go to the birth rate conventions and are insanely wealthy, and so they get a bunch of fluff pieces written about them in all the mainstream media outlets. Yeah, this organization is doing something to align all these people and get them all together. So it's just an interesting little thing. America's Future series. And you look into it a little bit, and it's a nonpartisan think tank that only works with conservatives. That's crazy. Recent speakers: Jeff Bezos, Richard Branson. Okay, that's so interesting. David Hamilton, founder and CEO of America's Future series. That's weird. Who's this David Hamilton fellow? Let's just take a look here. We're a non-political speaker series founded with support from Ross Perot Jr., T. Boone Pickens, which does not sound like a real name, Randall Stevenson, and others wanting a forum for civil discussions on issues impacting U.S. global competitiveness and national security. And you scroll down here, and it's just kind of some interesting stuff here. Let's meet the team. Oh, look at that. We got a bunch of folks here. Just a bunch of guys and gals, maybe a couple non-binary pals, but I also just wanted to take a quick look here. Oh, the sponsors. Just sponsors. Oh, Boeing. We got Viastat. That's so interesting. Anyway, it's pretty interesting. Do we have any? Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like a kind of a shady umbrella organization that is funneling conservative corporate money into folks like Rudyard, and of course boosting their profile. Because part of the reason people put together YouTube channels like this channel only has 1,450 subscribers. This is a tiny channel, right? But ultimately, you look at it, and it's basically making a bunch of arguments about how capital should be deployed. This is a channel, for better and worse, for mostly worse, that rich assholes pay attention to. Some of these are just nuts. Gaming, cyber, and dual use tech. Sandbox to the front lines, driving mission impact with emerging tech. This is all about how do we create a pipeline to weaponize children. It's interesting if you are, I don't know, concerned about the movings of the world behind folks like Rudyard. So I don't talk about these people just because it's funny to make fun of this guy. There's a reason that we talk about him. And it's because, unfortunately, he's involved with relatively powerful people through initiatives like the American Series Initiative. America's Future series, my bad.
Will keep working your jobs. You'll keep.
Also, wait. If you're enjoying this, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. My editor keeps telling me I need to do it earlier in the video. This is it. I'm doing it early. We're only 13 minutes into this. Like, comment, and subscribe. Do the things that help the show, you silly little billies. I've been enjoying hello. I've been enjoying some content that's shown up in my feed and just wanted to poke my head in and say hi. I'm too soft to stick around for long, but trans rights are human rights, and play Yu-Gi-Oh. Hell yeah, play Yu-Gi-Oh. Summon Exodia, the sexy one. Let's go. Let's go.
Taking care of your kids, you'll stay watching Netflix. Our YouTube channels will probably still be around. So if you go to Egypt or Sudan or Ukraine or a lot of war zones, life just keeps going. I like to joke, we are a dystopia where you're still expected to go to your job and pay your bills. Because the thing with most dystopias is they get so bad that mundanity stops. No one cares about paying their bills in 1984. No one cares about paying their bills in Brave New World.
Yeah. You're pointing out something that is easy to forget, even when you think about the Great Depression, right?
Yeah.
Which is, okay, so you have 25 pushing 30% unemployment at its depth.
The sexy one would be XXXodia. Yeah. Yeah.
But that still means the over...
I don't know, like this isn't the big revelation that life goes on in a war zone. Like, yeah, if you're being occupied, life goes on. If you're being like invaded, life goes on until, it stops.
Overwhelming majority of people were employed.
Yes.
And people even made wealth and built fortunes and things got invented. Like the society.
Yeah, it's true. There were war profiteers. You're nailing it, Dad, saving America.
Society broke down quite a bit, but most of it was still functioning.
I'm also glad you picked the Great Depression because it teases out a point I like to say, but no one brings the conversation in this way. Where whenever I talk about war, people think World War II because World War II is the only mental register we have for war. World War II, though, is...
Well, I mean, it's the last really big one. It's not the only mental register people have for war. It's just... It's the last really big one.
It's a very strange war historically, where if you look at most wars in history, and I'm going to use the 100 Years' War and the 30 Years' War, which are two conflicts which I use as parallels for our current conflict, both of those countries, so frame of reference, I forget, no one knows history. 100 Years' War was England versus France for over a century in the 1300s. 30 Years' War was everyone in Europe except for a few countries basically doing Marvel Smash in Central Europe. So when a kid gets a Marvel toy box with Iron Man and Spider-Man and those people, and then they just throw each other in a playpen, that was what the Swedes and the Spanish and the French and the Austrians were doing in Central Europe.
And the time frame for the 30 Years' War?
1618, 1648. It's one of those few wars that actually does fit the name. Like 100 Years' War is like 115 years. It's actually literally just 30 years.
One of the things that, and I don't know if I think we've talked about this a little bit. Martin Gurry, who's been on the show and who's a friend.
I'm sorry, why did he bring up like the war that like followed like the systemic failures and the Reformation within the Holy Roman Empire? Like what purpose did that serve exactly? Like, oh, here are two wars people don't talk about. Like, there are a lot of wars people don't talk about. What do you... Like... Also, like, the countries he listed in, like... I'm so baffled by this. I'm sorry. Like... Alright. Never... Like, if you're talking about like the conflict between Protestants and Catholics, like that the 30 Years' War is what spawned that, really. Like it's what kicked that into high gear within Europe. And like, you got the Habsburgs and with their jaws, going at it. But like, there are a lot of other wars to talk about. I feel stupid, but like it that didn't go anywhere.
Has a book, the Revolt of the Public, and one of the things he talks about is that we're in a fifth wave of information, as he puts it. and that it, being the internet, and that its level of disruption we still don't fully appreciate. But maybe the best corollary is the printing press.
Yeah.
And he lays the 30 Years' War at the foot of the printing press and the rise of Protestantism that follows from that.
Yeah.
Is that how you understand sort of? I know these are kind of big meta narratives, but I mean, how do you think about
I
it?
agree with that, but that's not the point I'm trying to make.
Sure.
I've talked about that in a previous video, the printing press versus the internet. That's a botology point too. And so 30 Years' War, 100 Years' War, all the countries involved were
okay, he got back to it.
If you watch History Trivia, you will get recommended channels like his. Serious issue.
I mean, it is a serious issue, right? Like, this is why you need to teach people critical thinking skills, because if you're not paying attention and you just listen to this guy idly...
Rudyard likes to act smart, but might I present to you he dumb.
But, like, that's the thing. If you're just listening idly and you're not actively engaging with the content he's putting out there and just assume he absolutely knows what he's talking about, like, that's a huge problem. That represents a huge systemic failure that then leads you to conservatism, right? Like, he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about.
very weak. And England, France, all the countries in the 30 Years' War, these were all countries where if they had 2 bad winters, they'd have a civil war. And the thing with these historic periods of crisis, and the example...
I mean, I'm just going to throw this out there. If we had 2 bad winters in a row, it would also absolutely screw us. We still need to grow food, man.
I get from both The Great Wave by David Hackett Fisher and Peter Turchin's work is that these are crises where countries normally both fight an external war and an internal war at the same time, because every country in the global equilibrium is weak. And with those wars, the main aim of the war was to weaken the social fabric of the other country's society so they experience social collapse. The world wars are very rare historically, and that the world wars are these incredibly strong countries just fighting to the death. And that happens very infrequently over history. A previous example being the Punic Wars. But it's very rare to have a society, and this is the thing we forget all the time, where the state is strong enough to wage total war. It happens for less than 10% of human history, or human civilization. And so with the wars we're looking at now, I don't think America could have a draft, for example, because we just there's no reason to die for the government. Young men would die to destroy the government. They wouldn't die for the government. And that's also more of a normal historic thing. Normally, the king is this person that
the goal of a fight is to win. I am very intelligent.
There's this whole leftist theory that nationalism is recent. That's actually a lie. We've had nationalism for thousands of years, but the degree of nationalism you saw after the Industrial Revolution is historically very high.
No. Nation states are specific things. Nation states are a relatively new socio-political invention of humanity. The concept of what a state or a nation was very different.
Rare for people to try and conquer each other in war. Rudyard Lynch, master tactician.
It really is. I'm dying here a little bit, guys. Like, nation states are not the same thing as, a kingdom that existed during, the medieval times. Like, these are 2 fundamentally different things. A nation state is an entirely different concept that he is just he's just refusing to engage with that distinction. I don't know if he ever learned that distinction. I'm a little bit unsure here.
And so when I talk about wars, keep in mind, most people in this audience, you will probably continue to live your life. And the thing I wanted to bring up with the Great Depression that's fascinating.
Like, I'm trying to decide how deep to go in on this, because I feel like it's not really that material to the point he's trying to make. So maybe I'm just going to move past this.
Is that the Great Depression and us have some core similarities and that people are really struggling. The difference, though, and one of the things that make the Great Depression not that bad, is quality of life during the Great Depression went up really fast. It was an era where average wages went up, where hours worked went down, where people's ability to buy a lot of stuff, where the cost of living in the Great Depression was super cheap. It was super cheap to have a family. And besides the unemployment, it wasn't really unpleasant time to live in, but it's for completely different reasons than our era. And so the thing I find very compelling about the Great Wave and
wait, why do you think it wasn't unpleasant? Do you mean
I meant to say it was unpleasant.
Okay.
Okay,
it
great.
was unpleasant.
If I said it wasn't unpleasant, that's insane. I apologize. I meant to say it was unpleasant. Yeah, I know relatives who lived through the Great Depression. I'm aware it was unpleasant.
Yeah, okay.
And yeah, but it's a different kind of unpleasant from today, where if you look at the examples you brought up before, French Revolution, 30 Years War, or the English Civil War, and then the Black Death. If you want to look at these kinds of economic crises, you see skyrocketing real estate costs. You see
Is this what if alt history? It is indeed, Pum Spread.
Cost of living also skyrocketing. You see cost of food and other essentials also skyrocketing. You see stock market bull runs and crashes. You see mass government printing of money, the government going bankrupt from their inability to have a fiscal budget, government bloat. You see, I'm glad that you have a background in economics because I haven't been able to get this detailed in other podcasts. You also see incredible inequality. You see competition for elite jobs that's very stark, average wages crashing.
Oh man, yeah, he could bring up those points if this guy wasn't an
MF said the Great
economist.
Depression wasn't that bad. He literally said that and justified it. Don't let him be SCK down. That shiz scarred a generation. I know my grandma knows.
My grandma knows too. Like my grandma's 99 years old, and like she still insists on like people finishing up the food on their plate, and like she insists on like you gotta eat all of it. You gotta save the leftovers.
And you see geopolitical tension and political polarization. And an example people forget is that the average
It's all born out of her upbringing during a time of extreme scarcity.
age of marriage has stayed relatively constant over the last 1,000 years of Western history, where before the Black Death, before the 30 Years' War, and before the French Revolution, the average age of marriage was 27, 28. And whenever you hit that range, you're going to have a revolution or a civil war. And I have this whole theory I think you might find interesting, that feminism is in some ways largely backhanded cope for people not being able to afford to have families. A woman will be like, I'm a boss babe. I'm just working hard to follow my dreams. And part of the reason she's saying that is because she legitimately can't afford to start a family. And so it's this backwards rationalization for a decrease in the cost of living. Or she can't afford to have a single income family. So she says, I'm a boss babe, to rationalize no longer being in a society where a single man can support a whole family.
Well, also
the Great
some
Depression
women
wasn't
like
that
working.
bad. It literally caused World War II, but Rudyard doesn't understand cause and effect.
Dude's really just off the deep end. His analysis is deeply, utterly flawed. But also, like, he's putting forward the idea here that like women just don't like having autonomy. Like, yeah, it was so much better before women could get like bank accounts and credit cards. What? What are you talking about? Like, women being able to enter the workforce is good. That's a good thing. Like, women should be able to work if they want to. It is bullshit that like a family can't survive on a single income anymore. Like, we should do what we can to get back to families being able to exist on a single income, but like that single income should be, women should be able to provide that single income if like they so choose, Like, women having rights is good, actually.
I the nature of sort
Rudyard
of
will
the
make any excuse for capitalism. That's the root here.
It's true.
cost of living crisis that's going on, and especially for, we're separated by enough that I could almost be your dad, which is funny. It's Dad Saves America after all. One of the reasons why I actually wanted to
we have so much fun here, you and I, son.
have you on is you're closer in age to my son than to me.
Yes.
And so you're actually you're in the middle of generationally this thing that's going on. You're in the midst of several forces that sort of I've aged out of. And I want to come back to these, but I want to really get the Civil War full picture. But the divergence of men and women politically, the fact that the boy crisis has come to like full flowering. So basically like 60.
The boy crisis. Everyone, the boy crisis is upon us. We need boys. Precious boys. Where are we going to get the boys? The boys, they're not back in town. The boys. What's happening to the boys?
50% of college graduates are women, and women really want to be married to someone with at or higher level of educational attainment than them. So that creates a crisis. So you've got all this stuff that is hitting your generation that didn't hit me.
Well, I mean, part of that crisis is that women, due to sexism, need to achieve intellectually in order to like reach a level of like material parity with men who can like go to vocational schools and such. And like women can of course go to vocational schools, but like the pervasive sexism in vocational schools often drives many of them away. Like this is a common and known problem.
As a Gen Xer. And I want to talk about that because it feels like it feeds into this. But let's set that aside. And
wouldn't you know it, women who are sexually harassed by men don't want to, in fact, go on dates with said men that are doing the sexual harassment or like pushing them out of different fields.
How are we going to get the boys? I canceled my Prime Video subscription when they took Matlock off the air.
Wait, isn't Matlock back on the air? Isn't Matlock streaming on Paramount Plus now? I don't know. I've been logging into Paramount Plus so I can watch Star Trek because I'm cool like that. Also, it's crazy. At one point, Data just destroys an entire like society's water supply system in order to force them to leave. Like we don't talk about it, but Data did a literal ethnic cleansing, and that's crazy. You know, we always talk about Data and like, oh man, he just wanted to laugh. He just wanted to feel emotions, but we never talk about him doing an ethnic cleansing now, do we?
How do these historical episodes of inflation and instability set the stage for what's happening now in America? Aren't we fundamentally in fairly different circumstances, even if that pattern is true? And isn't the inflation not bad enough to cause a civil war? I mean, it hasn't been as bad as the 70s. We didn't have a civil war in the 80s. So why would the recent inflation cause a civil war?
Because the average American lives desperately close to subsistence level. And so the slightest thing that goes wrong could completely ruin their lives. And I mean, my question is, what evidence would you, because whenever I get into these discussions, we keep getting to, there's a lot of moving goalposts. So my question is, what evidence would you need me to show you to show that the average American exists in desperation?
Well, I want to go into that because it's like there's other pieces of that are challenging to me and that I have biases against that I want you to challenge on.
Yes.
But before we do that, the Civil War part, like what will that mean?
Oh,
like what do you see going to happen as a result of these forces that are historically repeated?
Oh, there's going to be wars and plagues and possibly wars and plagues and famines. I mean, stuff that's always happened. And I mean, this is just life. I mean, this is just what happens.
But I mean, is it literally, do you see it like people holding up in their neighborhoods? I mean, we're here in Austin, Texas. Texas is a super red state.
Yeah.
But Austin's very, very, very blue, but it's not as blue as New York.
So,
but like, how does this play? How would a civil war in the U.S. play out?
It's the purge. It's the purge. That's the Civil War. We got to do the purge. Out of everyone that I follow in conservative politics, the number one guy who I could see unironically suggesting the purge, it's Rudyard. Rudyard would 100% would be in favor of the purge as like a way to avoid civil war. You know, like that's his bag, man.
Geographically, like
Yes.
it's not like the North versus the South, where like, oh,
Yes,
we're in the North
yes.
and you're in the South. It's like, is it the cities versus the sub versus a...
What does What If Alt Hist even do? Like as a job, he does this. He makes enough money off of his YouTube channel that he just does this.
rural people? Like, what happened?
So part of the reason I moved
Also, my understanding is that he comes from money, and you know he's also in with a lot of people who roll deep in money. So I imagine he's got either some kind of benefactor or that he inherited a bunch of money somehow.
years, I assess this would be one of the best places if there's a civil war, because
I kind of did the same thing.
yeah.
Continue.
Exactly. Because actually, this is a good segue for me to talk about the how I think a conflict like this would start.
Yeah, please.
Where I
please.
have a tier list, and I've studied these previous historic conflicts. And the historic conflicts I use as the best.
He has a tier list. Let's see it. What's the S tier conflict route? Let's go.
Proxies are the fall of the Roman Republic, the English Civil War, the French Revolution, and the U.S. Civil War. And so I look for sympathetic connections between them. And the biggest one I would normally use is a budget issue, but due to the circumstances we exist in, I have changed that to an election issue. So my tiers: number 1, election issue; number 2, budget issue; number 3, Trump getting assassinated. And if you guys watch this podcast,
We need
and
a
I've
purge
used a
as
different
way of
order for my
spiritually cleansing ourselves and the enemy within Rudyard probably.
It's true.
previous podcasts,
I take that's a joke. Don't clip that out of context.
I apologize, but this is also not your problem. So Trump getting assassinated, external war, and Black Swan event. And for those that don't know, Black Swan event is a randomized event, like giant, let's say...
Low probability, high impact.
Yeah, exactly. An example, let's say an immigrant kills 5 young white girls in a Chicago suburb, and then this spirals out into riots across the country, like what happened in the UK. And
what happened in 2020 with George
yeah,
Floyd.
exactly, something like that. So so budget issue is the normal one.
Ah, yes, the George Floyd protests. Very analogous to a civil war.
I put as number 1. It was shoved to number 2 because the English Civil War,
This feels so wrong without pith helmets and elephant guns.
God, can you like? I don't know that my mind or my heart could take it if Rudyard showed up in a video with like a honest to God pith helmet. Like I don't know if I'd be able to. I don't know if I'd be able to handle it. I think I'd just die. Like it's too on brand for him.
The French wars of religion and France's previous crisis in the Civil War in the 1300s between the Armagnacs and the Burgundians, and then the French Revolution. France starts every single crisis for the last 700 years in the exact same way. There's a struggle between the monarch and the parliament over a budget issue. Then the monarch tells the parliament to shut down. The parliament tells the monarch to go to hell. Twice the parliament has convened in a tennis court and then launched an independent government. You see these weird genetic patterns in how societies have civil wars. And budget issue is number 1, and or normally number 1, it's number 2 now. And budget issue really scares me.
Also, just as an FYI, like, yeah, the French government shutting down, like, then precipitates like an economic crisis where people can't afford bread. Like that does tend to lead to revolution. And the economic, like that's not at all analogous to what a budget issue does here in the United States, for good reason, because if that did happen, budget shutdowns would be catastrophic in a way that they aren't necessarily or imminently right away here in America.
Because look at our budget. I mean,
well, why is it number 2? Because
Rudyard,
I
what's
can.
genetics got to do with government, you crazy bastard?
Well, you have to understand that Rudyard believes that genetics determine government. You have to understand that he genuinely believes that bloodlines and therefore entire races of people can have different immutable physical and mental and spiritual qualities to them. So he would say that genetics has an awful lot to do with government.
Speak to this a little bit, but I want to hear why you've moved it to number 2.
Because the election's less than a month away, you should just have an election counter in the background. So whenever your audience watches your show, they'll know it's 7 days until DEF CON.
Yeah, one of the things we will have to do is have you back in not too distant time to see how we're doing on the predictions.
Yeah.
Because the world is moving fast. But is that it? You just think that just in rank order of doomsday clock, it's like the budget can't become a disaster as fast as the election will be a disaster?
Exactly. That's what I think. Where it's like, imagine you have a house. And for a lot of young people, you do have to imagine that. And imagine you have a house and your roof is about to cave in due to an issue. And you know something is going to cave your roof in. So you just look there staring at your roof thinking, oh, is this storm going to make my roof cave? Is this storm going to make a roof cave? Is it going to cave naturally?
Yeah.
These things happen. And if the best scenario I have, and these are one of the things I predict with the lowest probability, because when you look at statistical projections, you can assess certain scales of thing relatively easily, and then the individual group level is harder to predict because you're operating more out of chaos. And my best scenario is something like this. Both sides deny the election.
I'm sorry, did I miss the part where he made a relevant point about your roof being about to cave in, and you stare up at it looking and waiting for it to cave in because you're worried about it caving in? Did I miss the part where he actually made that at all relevant? Seems like he just left that on the cutting room floor and just moved on from that. Yeah, it seems like we need some chaos theory for this conversation.
Results. And I think both sides will deny the election results because for both the right and the left, they are stuck in a situation where they physically can't afford to lose this election. Do you want me to explain that?
Yeah, please.
This is one of the things, I've been on a lot of podcasts. I'm always annoyed no interviewers ask me this question because I frequently say the right and the left can't afford to lose.
Yeah, I mean, what does that even mean?
So
I feel like it's pretty straightforward and self-explanatory, actually.
Civil wars happen when each faction, plausible deniability to the radicals inside their faction is more important than the other side. And
wait, I went on. Plausible deniability to the radicals in their faction is more.
Watching someone attempt to like engage with this and being baffled by it, but thinking that the fact that they are baffled by it means that the point he's making is smart is just wild. It is insane to watch people bounce off Rudyard. Like, I don't like, wow. Nobody asks you that question because it's stupid as fuck. Exactly.
Important.
What
does that mean exactly?
I've gotten very into studying the human nature of plausible deniability. because plausible deniability is everywhere and no one realizes it.
I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have.
Because humans use plausible deniability for all social interactions. And
give me like a super pedestrian example of daily life plausible deniability.
So let's say you don't like someone and you don't want to hang out with them.
An impossible thought for me to have while watching Rudyard Lynch. How could I ever have that thought or that experience?
And then they ask you to hang out and you say, oh, I'm sorry, I'm on a trip to Turkey now. And so let's say, and this is completely unidentifiable to the vast majority of the public. Let's say you periodically travel out of your town to avoid dealing with the people in your town. And so you're taking this vacation to get plausible deniability to avoid everyone around you. And so you have plausible deniability, but also it serves multiple purposes at once.
Or I have something I can...
What? You don't... If you're on a trip, it's not plausible deniability. You are on a trip. Like, people can't, like, that's just literally running away from social obligations. That's like, okay, but that's not like a deep thought or thing to do.
Point to,
yes,
that is not the real reason for the thing happening or the thing I want to do.
Yeah,
but I can point to it. And it's plausible that that's why you did it.
So let's say I'm a complete degenerate and I want to be a degenerate without others judging me. So I can say I'm a club promoter. And so by being a club promoter, I have complete plausible deniability to be a degenerate. And everyone think, oh, that's his job. That's how he makes money. And so, and plausible deniability is especially...
That's not how being a club owner works, actually.
Especially big for women. And one of the things my friend said is, when you hear women talk, think about what the thing they said gives plausible deniability for something. And that's just completely changed my life.
Why is...
when you talk to a woman, think about all the things she's saying that mean that she can't spend time with you. She's just creating plausible deniability to avoid spending time with you. Like, that's not what that means. They just don't want to hang out with you. They're not creating plausible deniability. They're just like, that's just called having like graceful manners to exit a conversation without like looking in the eye and telling you you're a fucking creep and like throwing a drink in your face. Like it's called like being polite and considerate of your feelings while also trying to let you down easy. Dude, come on now. This dude has never been a degenerate. I don't know. He's talked an awful lot about doing ayahuasca.
That I know we're going into a rabbit hole, but
risk mitigation. And so plausible deniability gives risk mitigation because it allows you, if you are going to lose a fight, plausible deniability gives you the ability to get out of risky situations.
So it's, I don't mean to say this and have it be like women are cowards, but it is kind of the coward's way out. Like,
When you talk to women, think about how much they don't like you and hate your existence. Ah, yes, very healthy.
I just, oh man, who would have thought Dad Saves America is out here being like, I don't want to say women are cowards, but women are cowards. Is he just saying random words? Rudyard's kind of a random word generator, if you really think about it. What did he just say? Dad Saves America called women cowards because they are taking the coward's way out by, instead of just bluntly communicating that, no, they think you're gross and they don't want anything to do with you, they are instead trying to be polite and it let someone down easy.
I have become a master of the spicy mist. I have endured many of the spicy mists thrust upon me by women who have yet to realize I enjoy the test of my mettle.
Oh, God. Not divorced. Believe it or not, Rudyard Lynch is only 23, 24 years old, so he's not married or divorced.
Like, rather than just telling the person, I'm sorry, I just don't want to hang out. I'm sorry.
Women are cowards because it's their thing. I mean, let's be blunt here. No one expects women to die in war. No one expects women it's completely fine for them to be cowards. In the same way, it's completely fine for men to be assholes, or at least under.
What? Women die in war. Women have been dying in wars since the beginning of wars. Okay? Also, like, it's not completely fine for men to be assholes. It's actually, like, not a good quality. And it's not a good thing to just be like, yeah, I'm a man, so I'm an asshole. Like, that's actually not good. That's actually bad. That's a toxic behavior that in fact lowers your quality of life and denies you opportunity to get to know wonderful people who want to treat you well. Like, if you're just an asshole, you're going to surround yourself with assholes who treat you also like an asshole. Like, you have to cultivate kindness, compassion, and friendship, and you don't do those things by being an asshole. Like, my god. Women never die in war. They get painted on the sides of aircraft and bombs, indeed. Like, this man, like they're just like, yeah, women, am I right? Those broads, those broads, they just like lying because they're cowards. Like, what a damning thing to say.
Certain circumstances.
Okay, I'll let the. Can we at least add on average or something here? I know a lot of women that could kick my ass, so let's be including.
And they probably should, you know.
My wife.
Everyone on this
and she probably should.
Podcast has an IQ high enough to move past knack salt.
Yeah, very fair enough. I will give you the rope necessary for us both to be hung in the Civil War to come. Okay,
I already passed that bridge, man.
So we've got this situation where you believe both the Democrats and the Republicans lack plausible deniability for why they would lose with the crazy people in their sides of the aisle. Is how I understand that?
The point I was trying to convey there is that the right and the left care more about pleasing the radicals inside their faction than the other side. What I just said is an example of that, because I care less about offending the left at this point than the far right, because we're stuck in a situation where the sides don't talk to each other. And so if you're on the right, you think more about how do I avoid getting eaten by the radicals on my side than by the other side. And that's when you know you're going to have a civil war. And you see it where some huge amount of streamers and political content creators have literally called for violence. Destiny, Hassan, Vaush, right-wing Twitter. I literally put out posts, partly as tests, partly...
Destiny, Hassan, and Vaush. Oh my god. The three horsemen of the apocalypse.
Because I genuinely do care. So there I say, atrocities are bad. And I say, it's immoral to commit atrocities. And all these guys are like saying, oh, you're a... Oh, sorry. Do I swear on this podcast?
You can swear, but we will bleep it.
What if you're wrong about everything ever? How are they both this insufferable?
I genuinely don't know. I just
because we're a little more normie than average.
So they say like you're a fucking cuck, Rudyard. How dare you say that atrocities are bad? You're like,
I don't think it. Look, I don't know what other people say about this clown, but I don't think that like. I don't think the main criticism of Rudyard is anyone walking away from the things he says, going like, "You say that atrocities are bad. How dare you!" Like, I don't think that's the main criticism, aimed at his work or his body of thought.
You're a white traitor. This is what the hard right.
What? 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 Yes, a classic Hassan line. To look at Rudyard Lynch and say, yes, a white traitor.
It says all the time, and every single time. And I'm not like a bleeding heart liberal, but I do think like burning down towns and raping villages is bad. And so I'll tweet that out. And even the most basic humanitarian sentiment, the hard right hates. And
how does that square with any association with Jesus Christ and his teachings?
Oh, I've had multiple tweets about this where I've said
this conversation is insane. Like, I'm struggling to just like, where are you coming from here, man? Like, what? You guys haven't even talked about Jesus. Like, we're taking a hard turn here.
That you guys aren't real Christians and you guys don't actually care about Christ and you're complete hypocrites. And we do not exist in a rational space. Things don't need to rationally make sense. It's so emotional.
I mean, you literally compared knowing things to magic, so you know, I don't think your ideological opponents are the ones embracing mystical thinking here, bud.
Where, like, for context, imagine you have a friend who's had a really bad day, and then they just got a parking ticket, and then after that parking ticket,
Saliva has the rat men. This is just sad crazy.
Yeah, we don't really have any lore joke for Rudyard, other than he's just too insane to have lore.
A homeless guy asks them for cash and they scream at the homeless guy. That's the emotional state of both political sides now, where we're way past rationality. And we're at the point where most people are normal, decent people, and then there are radicals who have been taken in by sociopaths and very angry people. And so the worst possible scenario, but one that I think will probably happen, is that these very intolerant extremes start bullying the rest of the population. And
so it's kind of brown shirts on both sides.
Exactly. And there are definitely people who would want to do that. There are definitely people, because
brown shirts are a one-side thing. Both sides don't have brown shirts because brown shirts refers to a very specific political movement. The predecessors of the predecessor organizing apparatus that became the stormtroopers, you know, and then became, of course, the SS. Like, what? Like, brown shirts don't have like a mirrored, you know, analog.
No one has better stuff to do. Where if we were a normal society,
I'm bored, so let's destroy the society.
Yeah, exactly. Where if we were a normal society, people would have hobbies and they'd have extra money and they'd go out to dinner and they'd get laid and they'd watch movies. There are no movies now. There's no new music now.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? There's no new music. There are no new movies. Like, I don't know, man. Take an interest in movies and music, I guess. Like, cultivate a special interest. Because, like, if you have, like, an interest in even one genre of film, you would know that, like, new movies are coming out all the time that slap. You'd know that, like, music is happening all around us every day, everywhere. And, like, there's cool stuff happening. Like, my God.
People aren't getting into relationships. They're not making enough money. Legos have gotten too expensive. And so war is becoming the easiest hobby for a lot of the population.
It's true.
Hey chat, now you know why people think old Rudy Boy is AI in his videos. Because he spouts out a string of never-ending bullshit, gibberish, and hallucinations.
It's true. They were all too expensive. Yeah, but the difference is now they're so expensive that we need to go to war instead. The Legos are too expensive. We march. We march on the Capitol. Like, what are you talking about, man? Legos too expensive. We must recreate Sherman's March to the Sea. Like, what?
Okay, because I'm going to be especially indulgent in this conversation, I will push on different things, even though they extend the length into the stratosphere. I've heard you make this claim before. There's no this, no that.
Yeah.
There are movies. There are new things that happen. Isn't that a kind of hyperbolic way to frame? That's hyperbole, isn't it?
Yes.
Why is it useful hyperbole instead of just bullshit?
We constantly use hyperbole in society. It's just we're tolerant of some kinds of hyperbole and not other kinds of hyperbole. The left, for example, says that all of American history can be traced back to slavery.
Right.
That's a completely ridiculous.
That's not at all accurate. Like, okay, can we? I guess we can like stop and like talk about this for a
Stepped
moment,
on a
right?
Lego this morning, so it's time to end a civilization.
So true, Bingo. That is essentially his position, right? But we need to. Well, okay, let's take a step back, right? Let's take a step back. Let's talk about this for a second, because his claim is the left thinks that America's all about slavery, and it's like, well, no, actually, like this talking point is derived from the 1619 Project, which is an effort to tell American history through the eyes of enslaved peoples. You know, it's through the victims of slavery, through the victims of genocide. And you know, like that's the purpose of the 1619 Project. It is to talk about the history of a group of people that has been largely ignored or underreported, at least their accounts in history. And so it's an effort to kind of correct that balance, to not just have the narrative of the dominant powers, but also to highlight the narratives we have of people who existed and persisted in the face of colonialism, slavery, and genocide. Like that's the purpose of the 1619 Project. It's not to rewrite history, it is to add to the narrative of history the different perspectives that have existed here in America since the very beginning of people arriving here from Europe and bringing people here from various corners of the globe. Like that's as well as like indigenous peoples who were obviously here first, and that's important. It's actually important to get more perspectives and more ideas about how historical events and times transpired. And that's like that seems pretty straightforward to me. Like I'm not going to pretend to be an expert in history. I did minor in history in college, so like I have some familiarity with like historical analysis, right? And like Rudyard just is illiterate when it comes to these basic concepts. Instead, he's like, "Ah, yes, the 1619 Project. Clearly, the left just wants to talk about how everything is slavery, and that's not what that was." You know, he's just in his conservative confusion. He hurts himself.
Statement.
Yes.
But we socially accept it.
I don't.
Society forces us to accept it.
Yeah, right.
Other examples of hyperbole.
America is uniquely the slave state, except for the entirety of all of human civilization and existence if you cracked open a book.
I use
it. Not all civilizations or societies have enslaved others. That's, again, not true. And also, like, we should seek to do better than our forefathers, even if it was true. Like, even if it was true, we should seek to stop that. Like, it's like saying sexual assault has happened since the beginning of time, so there's no point in doing anything about it. It's like, well, wait, no, we should seek to eliminate sexual assault from our society. That like sexual assault is actually really bad, and we should oppose it and find a way to create a society where it doesn't happen. Like that's the goal. Like come on now.
Hyperbole when I'm trying to convey an emotional point where there is new movies, but none of them are worth watching. And
well, that's again your subjective opinion. Like, and also I would say, like, if you think that you're really only looking at, like, I don't know, the Marvel movies, like if you actually bother to go look at art film or like indie film, or like there's a lot of really interesting things happening in horror as a genre. Like it's also one of the most accessible like genres for like indie filmmakers. Like, go check that out. Go check out what's happening there, because there's always something weird and interesting happening in horror. But like, you're just like, well, movies bore me, so clearly culture stopped, and that's not at all how this works, actually.
Well, you see, Trump bombed civilians, Psych and 2 the Unabomber probably.
Nathan, he does perhaps have a video essay defending the Unabomber. And he but putting that aside. No, bingo, that's exactly his point. I can't, like, he's basically saying the people can't afford Legos, and that is why Weapons isn't the relevant film.
That is kind of mostly true, I will say.
And so it's basically true that there are no new movies if none of them are worth watching, because you're not going to movies. If you look at the Aristotelian tale,
See, I don't know, man. You don't need to bring up the Aristotelian like anything to justify the fact that you just don't like many modern movies. Like, that's fine, but like, you're trying to intellectualize it in a way that makes absolutely no sense, and then universalize your flawed interpretation of your personal likes and dislikes. You know?
or the drive for something, nothing is fulfilling its telos. So, for example, for those that don't know, for those who haven't studied Aristotle, normies, the telos is the natural end point of what your divine aim in life should be. And so, for example, the university's telos, and this is something your friend John Haidt has spoken about, is to actually teach people stuff and look for the truth. Yeah. They are not doing
so
that.
It claims. It's got Veritas. They etch it in stone and then violate it on day one by lining people up based on how much melanin is in their skin.
Yes. And so nothing is fulfilling its telos, and so I use the hyperbole to get people into the proper emotion.
I'm sorry. What?
Friend John Haidt has spoken about is to actually teach people stuff and look for the truth. Yeah. They are not doing
so
that.
It claims. It's got Veritas. They etch it in stone and then violate it on day one by lining people up based on how much melanin is in their skin.
Yes.
If you've ever been to college, you know that that's not at all how that works. Like, Jesus Christ. These people are ghouls, man. These people are fucking ghouls.
Yes. And so nothing is fulfilling its
like they just, you know, they're like 37, 40 minutes into this show. So they're feeling like kind of freed up to just say, you know, the most racist thing that weighs on their hearts at any given moment. The only people that will see this are the super racists.
And so I use the hyperbole to get people into the proper emotional state. I'm speaking to their subconsciouses. It's like, you know, of course, I would not compare myself to Nietzsche. You know, Nietzsche perfectly speaks. He speaks.
Oh boy. I would never compare myself to Nietzsche, but Nietzsche
in very insane and very schizophrenic language as a way to convey the emotional depth of his point.
So this reminds me of something recent, which is J.D. Vance went on this New York Times podcast.
Yeah.
And he articulated something that, if you believe, is maybe interesting and justifiable, but he's also a clever guy, so it might also just be dancing around.
Yeah.
Which was the interviewer asks him about, you know, his change of heart on Trump.
Yeah.
And he more or less says, look, in 2016, I thought we lived in essentially like normie America.
Yes.
And Trump's bombastic cray-cray language and, like, you know, construction guy from New York ways was just
Donald Trump. Okay, look, having been to New York and seen actual New York City construction workers, Donald Trump in no way acts or resembles a New York City construction worker. And also, like, he has routinely stiffed his construction workers, so, like, I'm pretty sure New York City construction workers would be offended at the comparison. God.
Unstatesmanly and inappropriate and dangerous for the country. Yes. And then 4 years later, No, we're not actually in normie America. I was delusional. Yes. We're in crazy America.
Yes.
And he actually argues that Trump's rhetoric is not merely a reflection of the times, which I would agree with. I think it is a reflection of the times. But he actually goes further, which I think is up for debate at least, and says it's necessary.
Oh, I agree.
It's good. It's a good strategy. It might even be morally important to be a crazy troll.
Yes.
So is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I agree with that. Although I think there's differing degrees and different strategies, and this strategy is going to get old in the next few years.
Yeah.
So,
and, a week after this goes live, we'll be in post-election day, whatever chaos is next.
Yes.
So take that as you will. But the rhetoric isn't going to go away. If Trump vanished into a vortex, the rhetoric of our times isn't going anywhere.
We are, as a society, people don't realize how much control by the bureaucracy has already warped our social norms. And an example of that I like to throw out is one of my favorite areas of study is the anthropology of America. And that was a really difficult thing to study because there have only been two authors since World War II on this topic, David Hackett Fisher and Thomas Sowell, both of which are conservatives.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Let's go.
Of which have been kind of sidelined by academia. And you'd think someone's ancestry matters a lot to who they are. You are very evidently Italian. Being Italian is part of your character.
I can tell just by looking at you. I've established your skull shape and size. I don't even need calipers because my skills have advanced to such a degree due to my white genetics. My Hyborian genes, I've been able to ascertain your various skull dimensions just with an ocular pat down. No need for the calipers, you see. Why, from this visual distinction, I surmise you're part of some kind of pious bloodline dating back to pirates off the coast of Sardinia. Yes, it's true. I can tell how you are just from the swarthiness of your appearance. Genuinely, that's how these guys come across.
Evidently English and British. These are, sorry, British and Irish. That's the...
Are you related to Ezio Auditore?
Sort of thing where it does, like, if you go back to Philly, the cops are going to be heavily Irish. And that's going to affect the Cops Act. These are things that matter, but you can't study them because the managerial class views ethnic differences inside America as this break on them just turning everyone into a cog. And I'm using
BP Balfa, it's not a VOD, but also I remember you. Are you gonna behave in the chat? You gonna be all right? You gonna be all right? You tended to have difficulties last time you were here.
This is an example because it's something innocuous that's already been controlled by a class interest. And I don't see the people in charge as my friends because they basically want me dead. If you're a young white man,
they basically want me dead. There's snipers on every roof. I'm basically a hunted, wanted man.
Man, the people in charge don't...
It's because I know things, and knowing things is like knowing magic spells.
They don't want you there. And that's how I feel the current society, where the language they use, it's explicitly, or it's a strategic decision to keep people in this emotional range, because if you can keep people in this emotional range, they won't realize they're getting screwed over.
And when you say this emotional range, what are you talking about? What do you mean?
So
complacent or hyper anxiety?
I recently spoke to a friend who is a libertarian pundit. Not in
oh boy, a libertarian pundit. Just exciting circles he runs in.
Andrew Heaton, by the way. I spoke to a friend who's a libertarian pundit, and I said Trump should run on civilizational suicide as a platform. That the left is trying to kill the West, and a vote for Trump is a vote for civilizational survival. And he said, that's an intellectual point, that's not a political point. And I said, you don't understand the emotional pitch most Americans live at. Because if we can't have discourse, the managerial class hates emotional polarity. It's why they hate masculinity and femininity, because human mating is based upon irrational polarity.
The managerial class doesn't hate masculinity and femininity. Like, what are you talking about? The managerial class has one interest and one interest only, and that's squeezing out any excess value they can get from labor. Like, that's it. Their entire purpose for existing as a managerial class is to, reduce labor costs and maximize profit generation. Like, that's their job. It's not to, like, they don't give a damn about masculinity or femininity.
Like, you are irrationally masculine and irrationally feminine, and then that's what makes you attractive to the other. And so they hate that, and they want people to stay in this emotionless range. And
so cubicle NPC creatures.
Exactly. I recently went to a wedding, and when I was at the wedding, and this was in Boston, no one there was smiling, no one there was excited. And I could tell people were happy, and I was thinking to myself, you're happy, express some emotion. It's a friggin' wedding.
He kinda did run on that though, all the enemy within and evil Democrats versus Trump promising better cost for Americans.
True. Like, he did essentially say, like, Kamala Harris was going to destroy the country if she wins. Like, that was basically the value proposition that he was offering.
And I was thinking, if you can't express happiness.
Have you seen Hassan's crash out clip? Which one? Like, the dude streams like 24/7. He's gonna have like 3 of those per day, right? Just statistically, with the amount of people who watch him.
Emotion at a wedding, when can you? But we're a society which trains people to think in cubicle brain, and so you can't express this natural emotional polarity. And I use hyperbolic language to convey the psychological reality of the situation, and I don't feel beholden to the current ruling class because they're not.
I am the intellectual equivalent of an assault rifle,
offering me any incentive to cooperate, so I don't know why I should go along with the social standard. I mean, there's a certain... I'm not speaking for social anarchy, but I think our current social consensus is so fundamentally broken.
You think Hassan is going right? I don't think so, actually.
That you have to break past it to something else.
Okay, so we are...
of course, nobody was happy at the wedding you went to.
We have a large number of Americans who are struggling to get by.
People.
Yeah,
True.
Who are who see conflict as perhaps meaning making, or at least more interesting than the alternatives. Am I hearing that correctly? Is that and we've got two parties who are beholden to the psychopathy of their radical bases,
yes,
such that they would rather continue dueling into oblivion than admit defeat.
Yes. There's another factor, which is desperation. And desperation acts as something in its own right, where I'm going to use an example. When I hiked the Appalachian Trail, I was in Connecticut, and it had been 15 miles since I'd last had a drink of water. And I had to go to bed really thirsty. And I thought, and it's hard to understand how being really thirsty changes how you think.
He was crashing out on his 4-year subs. Look, I have people who've subscribed to me for 4 years. And if they're going to say, if they say dumb shit, like, I don't care. Like, I'm going to call them out on that. Like, it's just called being intellectually honest and consistent.
And people don't really know who they are when they hit really crazy situations. And one of the things I've frequently said is that we are not a moral society. We put up this facade of morality that's actually very thin, where if you were to go back a century ago, that society really put its money where its mouth was, where you had people going to church every week, you had moral standards the society upheld, you had an advanced philosophy.
Respectfully, and in no disrespect to Hassan, why must we know whatever he does in his stream? Genuinely, I don't know. Like, he's a big lefty streamer for sure. I don't really have the time or the inclination to keep up with every lefty streamer. I like doing my own thing. I like talking about the things I want to talk about, and sharing my views with you guys. And I think you guys generally like me that way too. I don't think you guys are secretly itching for me to talk a lot about other lefty content. And, obviously I'll cover it if I have something to say about it, but generally speaking, I feel like I got bigger fish to fry.
Philosophy going back millennia for why you should believe morality. We don't believe in anything now. And so I think...
What do you mean
Good night,
by
Lemony
that?
fucking
We don't
Snicket.
believe in anything. Who is we, and where's the basis for this
Okay, so
not believe in anything?
You and I are genuine Christians. You can take us out of the conversation. I mean the general public. And
I mean, we're a pretty Christian country, are we not?
Yes.
I think we might be maybe the most religious participant country in the Western world.
We're up there for one of the most religious industrialized countries in the world. We're more religious than Iran at this point.
Right.
But what I see as an example of this is that there's no logical system.
It's crazy how even this guy is able to push back
Rudyard's
slightly
right
on
here. A
Rudyard.
moral society where persecute Trump. A moral society would care about climate change. A moral society would care about people for people's sake, not the work they do.
True. No, like he was actually crashing out on his leftists. Yeah, sometimes leftists say dumb shit. Like, also just because someone has like correct political positions doesn't mean like they aren't gonna say something dumb.
That justifies bringing religious morality into life.
So it's like we're religious.
Literally, I do not give a shit that Hassan yelled at his chat. The sun rises, it sets. Tide goes in, tide goes out. Hassan yells at his chat. Okay.
But we leave it over here, and it's not connected to the rest
Exactly.
of our material, political decision making.
And lots of people are very thinly religious as well, where
for the $2
they might go to
super chat,
church and pray, but they have no moral structure that actually explains how it applies to their life. And we've siphoned off religion from the general life. And so, as an example, I know a lot of people on the right. It's a space, young men on the right is a space I know a lot about. If there is a major war and I'm in a room with a bunch of other conservative leaders, it would be difficult for me to explain to them why they shouldn't commit atrocities. Because what I would normally jump to is that this is a violation of God. This is immoral. Enough of the people would laugh at that you wouldn't be able to have that be an argument in of itself. They don't believe in human rights. They don't believe in... There's not a moral button you can push to get them to admit that committing atrocities is bad. I see this on the left too, where the left really scares me. And people ask Rudyard, why do you think the right's going to go this crazy? And it's because the left already has, where I find, and I've brought this up in so many podcasts because it's still an important point, the Columbia protest.
Yeah.
And that's Columbia in New York. Yeah. And you have these kids, actually, you made a good video about this. You have these kids who are my age, and I know what they went through for the school system. They went through so much anti-Holocaust programming. The second they become adults, they then say, we should genocide the Jews. And we should support just this complete destruction of this race. And that is so unhinged and so evil. Yeah. And it's crazy.
Genuinely, what are you talking about? Can we get like an example? Like one time you saw that happen? What?
Crazy how quickly the programming fell apart. And I think, who is telling these kids no? Because the answer has to be basically no one. Their professors aren't telling them no. Their friends aren't telling them no. Their parents aren't telling them no. And so this has been a systemic moral failure of our...
Odin gave him a vision, trust.
society, that these are kids from probably the wealthiest families of America, the best educated people, the people who in a normal society would be raising the new ruling class, the people who write the new books, who lead the country, who die in the wars, and they have completely failed. And these kids, I would respect them more if they leaned into the innate savagery of their political position. But these kids are cucks. Like, if you were to actually meet them, they lack any ability to actually do stuff or courage or wisdom. So they're combining genocide with being cucks. And it's just... this is the worst combo.
I mean, what comes to mind is the protesters who were holed up in I think it was a Columbia building, or it might have been NYU, and were complaining that water wasn't being brought to them by the police. It's like, you're in New York City, open the tap. There are sinks in the bathrooms.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
So one of the things you especially would find interesting about my backstory is I've been part of a bunch of weird ecosystems. I formed a social group for influencers in Los Angeles. I've been part of other groups for talented young people. I've been part of conservative groups. So I've been part of several Zoomer groups in the past. And so I've had the real privilege of interviewing dozens of Zoomers across social classes, across region, or hundreds of Zoomers. I've interviewed, depends what you mean by an interview, I've spoken down for like half an hour with basically hundreds of people in my age category in weird ecosystems. I know a lot of people at Harvard. I know people, working class people. I know people in Los Angeles, my hometown in Pennsylvania, tech.
Okay, chat, what are the chances are that when he talks about knowing people, what he actually means is like he has seen them? Like he's just talking about people he has seen. Oh yeah, I know those construction workers. I have seen them out of my window. Oh yeah, I know. I know working class people. I drive by them, and they are working on the side of the road to build roads. I know them.
Access. And a very large amount of my analysis comes from speaking to all these different types of Zoomers, because it's this weird cross-reference
Here
of the
we have Rudyard claiming that leftists want to genocide the Jews. Clearly he had Gerstmann syndrome.
I actually don't follow that one. But thank you for the $5 dono, Nathan.
population. And actually the reason I got on the Civil War discourse is that I had enough critical mass talking to Zoomers across every group that I was able to pick up underlying trends. And I basically realized Zoomers of every, even the highest achieving Zoomers had a series of really bad issues. Mental health was one of them.
Yes.
Almost all had financial issues. Almost all of them just did not have the basic things you would need to live a decent life. And so I thought, if this many young people are screwed, you're going to have a revolution. And one of the things where I only got on the revolution Civil War discourse, I started in 2020, and it really got kicked into overdrive. This is going to happen soon in 2022, because that was when I'd spoken to enough people.
I could show Hassan's clip on stream, but we're not doing that now, and I don't want to.
Where I had pieced together, this is the only way that this equation will solve itself. And one of the things I think you would find interesting is that my assessment with what happened to Zoomers is you have all these bureaucratic systems that kept operating longer than anyone involved expected to. And so these things that people think, the way I like to phrase it is that things that people think should be 5% of the equation are the total equation. So DEI hiring is an example. When older people talk about DEI, they're assuming, oh, you have 100 applicants, we're going to increase DEI positions, so let's say 5 out of the 100 will go to diversity people.
This is all meaningless garbage, right? Like this is all meaningless garbage with like only the thin veneer of a pretense in order to deliver like racism, right? Like that's it. Like that's what's happening here.
The current equation is that in the top, I believe, 500 companies, in the job openings since COVID, 95% went.
I remember that I don't know if it was Forbes or Inc. It was one of
No, please, I want you to finish answering. 95. Are you trying to say 95% of jobs went to DEI hires? Are you mental?
those business
We all know the answer to that.
magazines that basically touted that exact stat. That's what you're drawing from,
Yeah.
right? It was like, look, post George Floyd 2020, the corporate world said we're all in on diversity, and they did it. They did it. It actually happened.
Yes.
They did it. What's wrong with that? Why is that bad? Jobs aren't a zero-sum game, right?
If something's big enough, it's a cancer. Everything, if it's big enough, is a cancer. Where as Aristotle said, everything pushed to an extreme is evil. And so if it's 95%, that means young white men aren't going to get hired. And
right.
So you have this.
I've heard this.
What are you talking? Where are you getting these stats? Where are you learning that, like, oh yeah, 95% of people hired after COVID were non-white? Like, white people were missing out on 95% of the jobs? What are you talking about? No, that's not how metaphors work, right?
It's also from people in my age bracket who
Yeah.
have gotten to a place where they're just too expensive now. They're actually experienced. They're high value, which means that they should earn more money. And it's like, nah.
Yeah.
And they've like earned their way into unemployability.
Yeah,
I am probably in that category where I.
Now, you might think that this video is extreme right-wing bullshit, but it's not, in fact, extreme right-wing bullshit. This is just actually pretty commonplace right-wing bullshit. Like, this is already, like, this is where the Republican Party right now is. I would even argue that this is somewhat moderate compared to where the overall Republican Party is at this very moment, as they hold up the release of a bunch of evidence of grown men sexually abusing children in Congress, and as they continue to support a president who is killing people off the coast of Venezuela for literally no reason, innocent civilians. And not only that, they are openly vocal and supportive of him sending troops in to occupy various American cities. Like, that's insane. Like, the level to which conservatives in America have completely left reality is, I mean, this is actually moderate in
This is all
comparison.
meaningless garbage. Would have been a better YouTube channel name for Rudyard.
True, right? Thank you for the 5 euros, Yannick de Newborg.
Not entrepreneurial, would be like, I don't know where I'd work.
I mean,
I'd work in construction would be my choice for personally.
I'd be working a minimum wage job if this channel didn't exist. And so my attitude is, if someone gives me...
Well, so here's the thing, BP Balfa. This isn't a leftist echo chamber, right? But you need to be able to, like, be chill and cool. And part of the problem is that a lot of conservatives can't be chill and cool, right? Instead of being chill and cool, they are bigoted and irritating. And I know from real life experience, not all conservatives are bigoted and irritating. And yet a lot of the conservatives who come into my chat tend to be that way. Now, if you can manage to not be bigoted and or irritating, you are welcome to be here for as long as you like. But given your track record, I'm guessing that's going to be difficult for you. Maybe not in the bigoted department, but definitely in the irritating department. So I'm just, just be like chill, just be chill and cool. Make your decision now to, like, be chill and cool. Your track record is what? Your track record is that in a sea of names where I, make note of people, I specifically remember you being an irritating person. So, I'm just saying, choose differently, and choose not to be an irritating person. Like, that's why I was like, oh, it's BP Balfa. I remember you for being irritating. Yeah. Do you even remember what I had to say? No, but I can find out. Do you want me to do that? Do you want me to do that right now? Because I can do that. All right. Let's take a look. All right. Let's see. Oh, look, you had a conversation about you came in and had a conversation about puberty blockers. And let's see here. Puberty blockers and also HRT. And you were not very capable of understanding the concept, which was irritating. And you claimed to have a sister who was transed at the age of 5. And you called the chat disgusting, and you didn't really seem to understand hypothetical examples. and then you got timed out until you came back today. And like then I gave you a chance to not be irritating, and instead you are insisting on being irritating. It's pretty pretty incredible stuff, actually. Yeah, it's always the transphobia, you know? It's pretty interesting. You know, people in the comments really appreciated that I took the time to honestly engage with you. And like I'm going to be honest, I think it was helpful and informative to the audience, but like it's diminishing returns to continue to engage with you when I think you're kind of just bullshitting to bullshit. Nah, you weren't trans. You came in here last time saying that your sister was trans at 5 years old. Like you're full of bullshit, man. Why? Like like this is like every conservative. You know, you come in here and you're like, "Oh, the left-wing echo chamber." And it's like you just come in here and you make shit up. Like you are incapable of intellectually engaging honestly. You can't criticize an echo chamber when you come in. You can't engage honestly, because I come in every day on this stream and I engage honestly with people, with all comers, really. I just want to have a true conversation. No, you don't. You no, you don't. You just said I'm a very proud trans. Lol. You don't want to engage honestly. Don't try and bullshit when your mask is already fallen off. Like, come on, dude. I would encourage you to just actually engage honestly from the get-go instead of like doing all this bullshit. Like, you came into this channel, you didn't want to talk about Hassan, you wanted to talk about like trans people, man. Like, what this is what I don't get about you people. You like LARP at wanting to have real intellectual conversation, but you're incapable of it. And you demonstrate that you're incapable of it by, coming in under false pretenses. Instead of just asking questions, instead of like actually having a conversation, you can't do it. And I don't know if that's because your mama didn't raise you right. I don't know if it's because your dad didn't love you enough. I don't know like what it is that fuels you, but like, I don't know, fix your goddamn heart. Or at the very least, fix your curiosity if you are incapable of fixing your heart. You know? I asked if you wanted to watch Hassan's clip. Yeah, and I said no. And then I was like, and please don't be irritating. And you were like, oh, well, how do you know I'm going to be irritating? I was like, well, because I remember you. And you're like, well, no, you don't. I'm like, well, okay, I'll have to look at your message history. And then I just did that. Now we're all wasting each other's time so you can like jerk off from the attention you're getting. And like, it's a waste of everyone's time and energy. And like, I don't know. Instead, you could actually be engaging honestly. So like, I don't know. If you can't fix your heart, fix your goddamn curiosity. It'll make you a better person. But like, I'm done engaging with you. Then you didn't remember? No, I remember. I told you what I remembered, man. I remembered you being irritating. And lo and behold, I looked at your message history and I was right. You were irritating as fuck. Congrats. Like, oh ho ho, checkmate. You didn't remember the exact words I used. Ho ho ho. Yeah, you're right. That's why I said I remembered you being irritating. God. It's the same person, Summer Lovin'. Again, this is what I get for trying to actually honestly engage with folks like that. They do not give a shit. They're just here to jerk themselves off.
An offer, I take it for all it is, because you don't get that many offers. And
is this just
well, also to be fair, Paper Cicadas, like that person also faked having a trans sibling who transitioned at 5 years old. Like it's just a transparent lie in order to waste my time and all of your time. But I think I managed to turn it into a rather productive conversation last time. Even though I knew they were engaging, dishonestly, it was still a useful way to, convey points to all you guys, which is always how I try and proceed with shows.
Is this just right-wing white male wokeism? What you're saying? This like woe is me, the DEI. I mean, isn't it the case? I want to push
Good
on
night,
you for
Danger
a little bit
Days.
for a couple reasons. First of all, because it's fun, and also because I should, and because I've been an employer for a long time.
Yeah.
And maybe it's because I've been a small businessman since I left Viacom. So maybe that's different. I think most people are still working for small businesses. Finding someone that will show up on time.
Yeah.
What the fuck is right wing wokeism? It's basically when they say right wing wokeism, it's conservatives who will like properly gender trans people, or like conservatives who will not be bigoted towards homosexuals. Like that's when they say right wing wokeism, that's what they mean. Woke is just, again, anytime anyone, right or left, acknowledges that gay people and trans people exist and deserve to be treated with respect and dignity. To them, that is woke, whether it is someone on the left doing it or a conservative.
Not ask you about when they're going to get their first day off in their job interview.
Yeah.
And the basic decorum of you will probably be a good partner
Thanks, Amber
on
Brains.
the team.
I appreciate it.
When you find one of those people, you're like, yes, can you start today? I've literally had this kind of thing. People here have had me say, great, can you start tomorrow? Because they meet what in other times would have been relatively basic criteria, like don't ask us about PTO in your job interview.
Yeah.
Don't ask me when I'm going to pay you to not work, because the answer is you're never going to get paid and you can not work. So that mitigates for me a little bit against what you're saying, like, oh, woe is me, white young male. Can't you just go get a job? Can't you just go get a job?
My question to you is, because you asked a question that's big enough, I could go off for 2 hours about this, where what evidence would you want me to show you? Would you want to look at demographic information? Would you want me to look at anecdotes? Would you want me to look at statistical data as it relates to quality of life, the school system? It's a whole... You're looking at an ecosystem failure. So it's difficult to pinpoint a single point in the ecosystem where it's, as I said before, it's like 10 bureaucracies failed at once.
I mean, I could identify a couple specific instances of said failure. Maybe failure so profound that it manifests in the form of one person. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here.
So let me lay out a couple things.
Yeah.
As part of this, because I think to move into some of the underlying stuff behind your concern about civil war, I think is what this is about.
Yes.
Right? So I think where we agree, we probably, having watched about 15 hours of your content, we overwhelmingly agree on things. And I actually think that even when I'm pushing you on, I am skeptical that my worldview has been constructed by statistical work that might not really be good or correct. But the first piece of the puzzle for me is all of that's true. The education system sucks. It's been taken over by commie whack jobs. I talk about that all the time. I don't mince words about it because it's horrible. If you're a parent, pull your kids out of government school and be very careful about the private school because it might be even worse.
Yes.
So probably homeschool, next up Catholic school. And if you can find the rare school that's not a woke zombie nightmare, do that, please, for the love of God. That's number one. So I agree completely. I've seen this firsthand. The coddling of the American mind played a big role in my thinking about this, seeing it at the systemic level. Like, your generation has come up more anxious, more prone towards suicidality, all those things.
Yeah.
Suffering from mental illness in profound ways that I think are very scary and worrisome. All of that.
Not like my generation. My generation had no mental illness. We were just built different. Nah, it's not that we were undiagnosed. It's that we just didn't have it. Yeah.
That's true. But the middle class, as defined, it's always like these things, like we'll always have the poor if we define the poor as the bottom 10%, right? Like the bottom 10% can be living like kings, but if we define our understanding of the world on the basis of percentages instead of absolute terms, we'll always have the poor. as I understand it, the middle class has shrunk dramatically in this country over the past several decades because it has increasingly become upper middle class. And that the inequality story, as it has been told to us, is actually statistically false. It is a product of media programming. That is not to say there isn't a lot of problems in the society and a lot of people that are living in dire circumstances. I'd like to think, earn my way to a place where I'm reasonably comfortable, but I'm not trying to deny anybody's circumstances. But that's the stuff I have consumed, and it might be, maybe it's bullshit. Maybe that's like some phantom. I know, and I don't like to go off on too long of a tangent as an interviewer, but I'll just say this. The past 5 years seems to have changed the game in a couple ways that are pretty profound from my perspective.
Suicide didn't exist before 2005. Nope, no inequality, no problems here. It's all woke.
Indeed, Nathan. Nope. Nah. People were perfectly mentally sound prior to 2005. It's the chemtrails, you see. The chemtrails finally started getting to people.
From about 3.5 hours ago, and Sake Tanuki needs to put respect on Chicago's deep dish pizzas. Or else we'll leave em swimming with da fishes. Italian hands emoji.
I feel like I needed to do the Italian hands in solidarity with you, Two Dad Smoochin', and I agree. Deep dish pizza is wonderful, and look, I don't care if it's cheese pie. It's a delicious cheese pie.
Which being the median cost of housing, which is a bare necessity, has gone into weirdo land where you have to you have to earn 6 figures to be able to buy a house.
Yes.
But that couldn't at all be related to capitalism now, could it? No, it couldn't be related to capitalism. The commodification of homes and housing couldn't be responsible for the ballooning prices.
I mean, just look at Portland. The water clearly made the frogs gay.
And magical. They're magic now. You saw that wizard frog casting force field. It's crazy.
So that I can see plainly. The rise in homelessness on the streets in major cities, you can't not see it.
Yes.
So there's a bunch of, it's not like I'm not like a complete blind normie Panglossian. Steven Pinker is in my backpack everywhere I go.
Yes.
But I may be closer to that than you. So make your case for why I should throw Steven Pinker in the garbage can.
So I find Steven Pinker funny because he and I basically agree on everything. I still don't like reading his books. I've started like 4 or 5 of his books and finished none of them because he and I are such different animals in the ecosystem. Where I read the stuff he says and I'm like, I factually agree with what you're saying. I agree. I think you're a smart guy. I think you're honest. But I still dislike this, where his whole thing of there are more toilets in Africa, thus progress has happened, and that thus the struggles of normal Americans today are fine. I just want to throw that book in the trash. And so I'll start with here. I'll tell you, and we're friends outside of this, and you've seen I'm a pretty industrious person, pretty hardworking, and that sort of thing. And I can tell you why if I didn't have this channel, I would try not to have a job at all. So let's look at it through this lens. So
because being forced to work is bullshit and sucks. Being forced to do something you find very unfulfilling sucks. Like, yeah.
Let's say I work a normal job for someone my age. Let's say I make $10 an hour. An appetizer can be $14. So you work 7 hours. Then the appetizer, then $70. A dinner is often $50. So that's just covering food. And if you look at
this guy, most pretentious bastard ever.
Indeed, One-Eyed Heathen. Thank you for the $5 super chat. But also, like, yeah, Rud, you're describing how it sucks to work a minimum wage job, man. Like, yeah. That sucks. That's why people learn how to cook so that they can save money. Come on.
Statistics, you find basically 75% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. So they're paying off the money they have now just to work more, just to work again and to keep doing it. And the numbers I find most telling are, first of all, that first of all, 40% of Americans don't have $400 in the bank. 70% of Americans don't have $1,000 in the bank. People are lying about these numbers. These are not numbers you can expect people to tell the truth about. And so that's one thing. And when I was a teenager, I made the calculation, if I don't become an entrepreneur, I'm screwed. Because my mom ran a brewery, and I worked at the brewery, and I would talk to other people at the brewery, and they would grumble at how the job market was terrible.
You know, bath salts, it's really interesting that you were in here talking a few years ago, 5 years ago, when your account was created in 2025. That's pretty interesting. You know, it's a cool superpower you got.
And money wasn't worth anything, and that stuff. And also, I'd go to school.
Oh, notice the 3? Oh, you know, that doesn't really you know, deepen my confidence in your the longevity with which you're going to stay around.
School, and we were working like people in my class did stuff over, they did various forms of class for like over 12 hours a day, and I hated that. I was really disaffected in school, and I saw that everyone's working. They said, you're going to go to college. After college, you're going to get a job. And I was looking around, and I thought, where are the jobs? Because I didn't really, what industry sucks up these people out of college?
So you can make like $100,000 driving a truck.
Yeah.
Like today, like you can go.
But I'm nice now, I promise. I hope so.
Yeah.
There's something like, I don't know what the number is right now. And again, even you look at the current revisions of the FBI statistics, and trusting any government stats needs a gigantic asterisk on it.
Yes.
But now, of course, several, 11 months later, of course, you can trust all government stats now in Trump's America.
But there are jobs. There are jobs that may pay pretty well. A lot of them are physical. Some of them are not physical. But there are a lot of people working. You know, we said earlier in the conversation, right? Even in the Great Depression, 75% of people were working.
Yes.
So
it's an ecosystem failure. That's what I keep saying, because
But that's a little bit like socializing the analysis. So connect the dots for me.
Okay, so let's go through the ecosystem failure. The purpose of a person's life is, or the things people need to have in life to not feel like failures are gainful employment, housing, a mate, ability to support children, some kind of value system, and friends. This is the bare minimum that even someone in Egypt or the Congo would think that's what a person needs to have a decent life.
I mean, Arthur Brooks and his work, who I did a film with, and
it seems like a really broad generalization. I feel like not everyone needs those things. Like some people are fine without a mate. Some people are fine without children. Like some people live for, roughing it in the outdoors without like a permanent shelter. Like, I don't know, like different people are built different. What makes them happy or fulfills them is different.
Truly call a friend.
Yeah.
Says, the matrix of happiness is pretty simple. Faith, family, community, and work. Those are the 4 quadrants. He built on other work, like the fact that conservatives are the most charitable people. So his book, Who Gives? But his books are about happiness, and he basically is like, well, that's what you want to be.
So we can start with faith.
Well, it also helps that conservatives are disproportionately wealthy, because again, the reason the vast majority of conservatives are conservative is either for obviously social reasons, the culture war reasons, or because they're wealthy. Because again, disproportionate wealth, they want to protect that wealth, right? So they vote conservative and Republican. This is why you get like the socially liberal but fiscally conservative types, right? And like you can make this argument, but like God, this is, I got to be honest with you guys. This is starting to break my brain. Like none of these arguments are good, but the denseness of the arguments is starting to like wear me down a little bit. I got to be honest here.
Books are about happiness, and he basically is like, well,
Okay.
you know, that's what you want to
So
be.
we can start with faith,
A year and a
work.
half ago I was making 12 an hour at BK. A year ago I was making 14 an hour at Walmart. I have stable income now, but anything below 15 an hour doesn't seem livable.
Damn. Also, thank you for the $5 donut, Nathan. And also, please don't put yourself put yourself in a bad financial situation to drop subs and donos and stuff. Like don't do that. But yeah, like 15, like honestly, there's a reason why for a long time I have advocated for essentially people to we need like a $30 minimum wage. And the reason I say that is because we've been advocating for like a $20 or a $15 minimum wage for a long time, and like most places still don't have that $15 minimum wage. And like by the time we actually get the $15 minimum wage, it's not going to be enough to actually sustain people like it was 15 years ago when people started at like demanding a $15 minimum wage.
Lol, take money. I said I am good now.
All right. Okay, point taken. Thank you for the $50 dono, Nathan. My God. Damn. All right. Yeah, like we needed like a $15 minimum wage so many years ago, and like the actual livable wage now is like $30 an hour. And like we should be advocating for the $30 minimum wage because like by the time we actually get that increase to the minimum wage, it's gonna like we're gonna need the $30 like even more. Like if the minimum wage tracked with productivity, it would be higher than $30 per hour. Nathan really did hit me with the shut up, take my money move. I respect it.
Mate, and what's the fourth? Community. Okay, so we can go through each of those. So mate, let's start with mating.
Hello,
because I think that's
Mini.
something I've
Hello,
spoken a lot about.
That's the one that seems to me like I got on the last chopper out of Nam, meeting my wife at work.
Yeah.
Before swiping things.
Yeah.
And now it's the Thunderdome disaster.
Yes.
And all of the worst elements of human nature supercharged into oblivion.
Yes. So
how much longer are these ding dongs gonna go? Well, I got terrible and maybe good news, if depending on your level of enjoyment for this type of content. We are actually only halfway done, believe it or not, and I think this is a great point for us to stop and kind of take note of where we're at, because this is incredibly a 2-hour long conversation. And it has taken us approximately 3 hours to get through the first hour. Why? I don't know. You guys seem to like this. I don't know. You guys seem to like this. I'm a simple creature, chat. I see that you like, I provide it. We paid for this, chat. You guys did. You get your money's worth. And then maybe you guys will learn your lesson. And we'll take a break. Bacon causes colon cancer, but I'm still gonna eat it. Hell yeah. We learn no lessons. It's true. I love that there's always a point in every what if alt history video that you say we're halfway done, and I absolutely lose my mind. It really happens every single time, doesn't it? It really does happen every single time. It's fucking nuts.
I'd like to do Yakuza tomorrow. It'd be a great no Kings Kleesner. Also, it'd be able to read the subs since I wouldn't be at work.
Yeah, we are gonna do Yakuza tomorrow. We're gonna do that tomorrow. We're gonna kind of debrief about No Kings, obviously, and then we're gonna do some we're gonna do some Yakuza. It's gonna be a good time. So folks, don't miss it tomorrow. Stream tomorrow if you want to be regaled with the Yakuza stage play. So, folks, we're gonna take this. We're gonna cut this. This is the end of the segment 1, and we'll get to look at segment 2 momentarily. But if you've enjoyed the show so far, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Do the things. And segment done. We did it. We did the thing. All right. And for those of you who don't remember exactly what you're supposed to do under these circumstances, just remember, we got a song to let you know what to do. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click 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 button. Click click button. Chris Huggins
Streaming live from TwitchCon. Purple heart emoji.
Oh,
Thank you,
hell yeah.
Riverboat Jack.
Chris Huggins, I hope you're having a great time at TwitchCon. Oof. Uncle Gumball, you're taking your like back? What, you're gonna take back your like to the like store and turn in your little like receipt and be like, I'm sorry, this like was defective, and then get your full refund, and then you're gonna go home and put that money in the bank, and then you're gonna invest in Litecoin in order to turn it around and then pay dividends in likes. This analogy is running is falling apart. I'm gonna stop now. God, Jack, I really dislike how people who don't have any real expertise in a subject and then proceed to shit all over the field like they are anthropology Jesus. It is frustrating to see because like Rudyard just doesn't really understand that he doesn't know shit about shit. You know, that's one of that's like one of his biggest issues. It's that he's not open to learning new things. And he makes that obvious when he says things like, "Oh yeah, I don't read any anthropology books written after 1950." Like that's insane, dog. That's crazy. What are you talking about? Where's the intellectual curiosity? This girl is going to 2 rallies / protests tomorrow. I'm going to be EP. Yo, make sure you get plenty of rest when you get home tomorrow, okay? Guys, nobody writes about anthropology anymore or something, right? Rudyard soiled it with his soilables. That's what he calls his pantaloons. Oh yeah, Bregwin, we covered that earlier in the stream. We did a segment dedicated to No Kings. Yeah, post 1950s is too woke for this guy. Okay. Pantalunacy? Oh my god, Summer Lovin', I love that. I love that. I love that so hard. I feel like it conveys like a sense of like pants on head stupid, you know? Pantalunacy is like a 10 out of 10 combo. Like it's a great combination of two like outdated words to create something new and exciting. Pantalunacy, 10 out of 10. Also, this screen of Rudyard's, like, this expression is fucking wild. It's just been on my monitor right here, blown up. It's so funny. Man looks devastated. Yeah. He really does. All right. You guys ready to jump into part 2? You guys ready to jump into part 2? Numero dos? Parte dos? Eh? Yeah? Let's go! Here we go. God, we are actually. Wait a minute. Wait one gosh darn minute. It's currently almost 3 o'clock in the morning. I do have to get up in approximately 6 hours in order to go to No Kings. Now, my question for you guys is like also a recognition that you all also have to be getting to bed soon so you can go to No Kings. I think my priority here is gonna be to get some rest and go to No Kings. And we will finish this maybe tomorrow or maybe the next day, because I think tomorrow the speed we're all gonna be down for is Yakuza. All right. So I think that's what we're gonna do. I think that's what we're gonna do. Wait, when does it start? I can still sleep 8 hours and make it. Alex Rivas, it depends on what your local events look like. For example, I have one that starts at 11 tomorrow, but I got to do some prep work prior to that. And but like other protests in the area are starting at like noon or 1 o'clock even, and going through the the afternoon. So it depends on what kind of event and which event you're looking at. You'll have to look it up. Yeah, yours starts at noon. Hell yeah. You mean today? Shh. Shh. Today is relative. I go to sleep and it's going to be tomorrow. Actually, can I give like 5 quick seconds of a few safety bits? Sure. Phones on airplane mode do not have it set to biometric unlock. True. I've been mandated to work tomorrow. I'm sorry, Knife is stuck. That sucks. Dress for running comfort. Very true. Oh, I'm not. Lady Raincloud, I love you. I'm not down for like a conversation at the moment. Like my brain is almost completely fried. Like I'm literally gonna just like hit the sheets and like fall asleep. I'm running on fumes. Off to bed. Okay. Folks, if you are interested, again, join the Discord, ! Discord. You can engage with folks in the protest section of the Discord to talk about protest safety and swap tips. There's also a pinned chat that contains a lot of information about how to stay safe. And yeah. It's just as easy to see you not take your phone as take it. Take it and leave it somewhere safe if you can manage. All right. I just speedball caffeinated mints. I'm gonna sleep though. I've been running at like a sleep deficit for like so many days. I've there like several days last week. I got like 2 or 3 hours of sleep. Last night was particularly rough. Yes, drink plenty of water, folks. Pee frequently. Pee well. And I will see you all. I will see you all tomorrow. Good night, everybody. I appreciate all of y'all. Bye.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom, and a man was left to living. But as year gave way to year, the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death, a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village, Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life, if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square, and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.